and has a long history of producing damage.
Look at this. Downtown Idabel is right over the center of where there's a tornado. There's a tornado on the ground in Idabel. And Broken Bow, this is literally coming into your vicinity. We're only 11 miles away. It's moving about, how fast did we say it was moving?
It's moving northeast like at 55
miles per hour. Yeah. So we're talking 10 minutes. 10 minutes, guys, to get into your safest spot you can. You need to run there, especially on a tornado emergency like this. This is not something we get very often, a very rare event. And when it happens, it is catastrophic. And these are moving into not the edge of town. This is moving right into these cities. So we're looking at the correlation coefficient, and that's interesting to see debris, which will likely become more evident now that it's moving into a more populated area. But notice how we're rewinding back in time to 6:30 local time. Notice it right there west of Clarksville, pushing to the north of Clarksville, okay, and produced quite a bit of damage crossing over some of these rural areas. It weakened a little bit, not the tornado, just the debris got lofted and was carried so far and then stopped. Probably because this area is pretty remote. There's a lot of just trees, and near the Red River you've got pretty rural areas, so there's not as much, say, structural debris to pick up. But then notice it picks back up again right here in Idabel, and then that's what we're dealing with there. And now we're transitioning over to another tornado warning. So we're
another tornado on the ground, another observed tornado in Texas, not far from Dangerfield, Texas.
And these are including Bowie, Cass, and Morris counties. Yep. This includes Boston, Dangerfield, which you mentioned is right near where this tornado is. It's confirmed. And look at that. Man, look at that velocity just south of Highway 67. Dr. Nav, I think this is moving right into Naples, Texas. Probably, what's our time here? 5 minutes. 5 minutes, guys.
And again, this
Naples,
is
Texas.
And again, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground. It's about to cross US 259 between Omaha and Dangerfield, and it's got a well-defined tornadic debris signature. So again, here we go. Both the velocities and the correlation coefficient, which again, when you say we have a data set here that tries to correlate what objects the radar is detecting. When it's something that doesn't look like the rest of the particles in the atmosphere, the meteorological particles, the debris is almost certainly coming from the ground.
Look at that.
With the tornado picking it up. And when you got velocities and the correlation coefficient lined up, then you've got a tornado on the ground. And so this is moving very close to Naples, Texas, quickly off to the northeast.
Look at that. It's getting that notch. It's very concerning. Everything's lining up, Dr. Nab, for these supercells to just take off and explode and produce very high-end, strong, and long-lasting tornadoes. Naples, we mentioned, Naples, Texas getting in about 5 to 7 minutes from now. That tornado will be right overhead and then pushing northeast from there into Bassett, Texas by 7:17 p.m. And then if it holds together, which very likely will, on the north end of that warning, you've got Boston, Texas, and that's along Highway 82, not far from Texarkana, by about 7:30 p.m. local time.
And this is moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour. So again, nearly highway speeds as this moves along. So if you're in Boston, Texas, west of Texarkana, you're thinking, well, the weather's fine. What are you talking about? But it could be just a few minutes with a fast-moving tornado that it could be on you. And by the way, crossing Interstate 30 west of Texarkana. If you're in Texarkana and you have any idea or know of anybody who's headed west on Interstate 30, get them off the road. Call them. Tell them. Do not get on Interstate 30 west of Texarkana because this tornado could be crossing within the next several minutes.
All right, I see several new tornado warnings in Arkansas. That makes me think the tornado emergency, the warnings are being extended. Is that where these are being located?
No, these are east and southeast of Fort Smith.
Oh, wow. So we're well to the north now of this tornado emergency, where we've got catastrophic threat. Now, the south side of Fort Smith, Arkansas, you're under a tornado warning, brand new tornado warning. Again, radar indicated until 7:45 p.m. That includes Franklin and Sebastian counties there on the south side. So get into your safe place immediately if you live there. If we look at velocity, I think this is maybe 1 or 2 areas of rotation. Looks like 1, and it's right there, right near U.S. Highway 71. Very strong signature, though, but right between Hartford and Lewis. Okay, this is in Arkansas now, south of Fort Smith, and yeah, there's some very tight-knit rotation. This is a very concerning cell that's moving right over Mansfield, Arkansas, right now, getting into Dayton or just south of Dayton by 7:08 p.m., and then moving up towards Washburn, Arkansas by 7:15 p.m. So get into your safe place immediately there if you live in those communities in Arkansas on the south side of Fort Smith.
And Chris, there's even tornado warnings as far north now as just east of Fayetteville,
Oh, there
Arkansas.
we go. Yep, right there in northwest Arkansas, Madison, Washington counties, a brand new tornado warning. This is for Durham, Huntsville, and looks like this is moving into Huntsville. You're under the warning, and this is until 7:45 p.m. Velocity that show anything? There is some area of rotation. This one not as strong as what we were dealing with, but still, nonetheless, treat this seriously. You've seen how a lot of these tornado warnings have just, exploded in, danger within just a few minutes.
Well, Chris, we want to check in with Charles Peak, our storm tracker. He's live in Sulphur Springs, Texas, where we are obviously seeing some damage. And I don't know if Charles is able to hear us and talk with us, but he's certainly got the images there where you've got the damage to the homes and the trees, and look at the vehicles under there, Chris.
That damage.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Charles, we hear you.
Yeah, Charles, so you're in Sulphur County, Texas there. Describe to us the damage. What kinds of structures have been damaged? How heavily?
This one has some substantial damage. From this vantage point, I can't, because of the tree, get around to the backside, but the backside of the house is pretty well completely destroyed. Talking to the homeowner, David and his wife had got into this truck that you see up here, and we're going to go get some catfish for dinner when this tornado hit, and they were trapped in the truck. First responders were able to get here and cut away trees, and everybody is okay here, fortunately, in this situation. There is a report, as the tornado would have continued to the northeast from here, of another house that it has damage, but I have not been able to get there just yet.
Charles, how far out from the city are you? It kind of missed the city proper, a couple miles?
Yeah, I came from the south. It shows me, like if I put in GPS, it's showing me 16 miles from Sulphur Springs.
Okay.
And this is back just to the east of Miller Grove and south of Brashear.
How much of the area seems to be without power? I mean, how widespread have the effects been, as far as you can tell?
Well, it's hard to tell here. It's a very rural area. There's a house across the street from here. They don't have power. This one doesn't. But literally, I can't see any other houses. I did talk to one neighbor that had some footage of the tornado that he was able to capture. And he's without power about a quarter of a mile away as well.
And Charles, when you and I have talked in the past, after tornado damage has occurred, we've often talked about how different kinds of structures fare differently. Have you seen any examples of that, even though it's been a short time?
No, Dr. Nab, this literally is the first one I've come up on with the damage. This is a well-built brick home with brick walls taken down from this tornado, and on the back side of it, large trees broken and such. But this is the first house that I've actually come upon with this damage, so I really can't answer that for you.
Yeah, and those cars that are underneath the trees, can you tell how damaged they might be? Were they tossed about at all?
No, sir, it doesn't look like it. It looks like this big tree fell on top of them, and that may have happened at the very beginning of it. That's, again, just my supposition, but they were trapped in it. It does not look like the cars were moved much. This side of the house, as you can see, I'll try to show, the front of it has this little roof damage. The walls are there, but on the back side of it is where you have the and then I'll come out here. You can see this large tree that was taken down.
Yes.
But on the back side over here is where You can see it was a 2-story house. It looks like in the back part of it, the second story. Obviously, the reason we always say go to your lowest area. But needless to say, a fortunate situation that with them being in the vehicle when this hit, that they weren't injured.
Did they have they said they were going to go get dinner, it sounded like. And did they know there was a tornado warning when they were about to head out?
Chris, I wasn't able to ask that. He's in the vehicle. It started raining just as he got here when I was able to talk to him. And so I didn't ask that question, what their warnings were before. Needless to say, based on what he was telling me, they were not concerned about weather at the time and didn't feel like it was something that was going to impede their dinner plans.
I mean, Dr. Knabb, that's kind of the nature of the how quickly they're moving, though, because they could have been, maybe they were checking in on where the warnings are. They probably weren't in one. And then by the time they were gathering their belongings, heading out, they're going to grab dinner really quick, come back, they probably issued that warning without even realizing it was it was for them.
Yeah, because it may have been seemingly calm outside,
Yep.
and then how quickly things change when storms are moving 50-something miles an hour. Now, Charles, since we're not on the ground there like you are, what's your mindset? Well, what do you want to find out next? Where are you gonna go next?
I'm going to go to this other home that is in the area and check it out. It is a situation that I'm going to be here in the morning with Mike Seidel to report here and fly the drone there. I did get some drone footage of it. It was interesting what you just said, Dr. Ned, you and Chris. My father-in-law lives just northeast of Ennis. And when my wife called, I told her to call him, make sure he knew there was a tornado warning earlier this evening coming right down 34. And she called him, and he was literally walking around outside because it wasn't even raining. But she was fortunately able to convince him to go inside into a safe spot. And, it doesn't look like his house was hit at all. But like you say, it's a situation when you're not knowing exactly what it is. Hang on, David just walked over here, and I will ask him that question. David, quick question for you. In studio, they wanted to know, did you get a warning before the storm hit? And you just felt like you still had time to go get dinner and everything? Okay.
Get warnings all the time. There's 2 warnings come over our phone.
Okay.
We heard it was Tornado Highway 19 on Facebook, but they didn't say north and south 19. So let's close to that.
Okay.
So back there, got 3 seats. Pick up the bed raised up, went over, and the tree landed on my hood. I looked at the roof down.
Wow.
Didn't hear anything.
Now, having gone through this, would you do things a little differently?
I was in good place. Lord was with us.
Okay. All right.
I believe if you look where Trillium is, I had a dead pull me over. They didn't have poles on the inside of my house. You sit back in my pickup right there, 10 poles sticking up there.
Okay.
If they didn't pull me over.
All right. I'm with Lynn. Okay. Yeah, what he was saying, Dr. Nab, is that they had 2 different warnings come across on their phone. They even saw on Facebook that Highway 19 had one, but felt like they get warnings all the time and wasn't something to change his plans for.
Right. So, Chris, there's a couple of things we can learn from that rendition of how things happen. One is, if you know somebody who's in a tornado warning, give them a call just to see if they've heard and if they're taking the right steps. And also, if you get a warning, trust it that it is a life-threatening situation, and don't get on the roads and go to your lowest level, most interior room immediately. Yeah,
this isn't your everyday tornado threat with a couple isolated tornadoes. This is every storm is becoming tornadic, a type of event, and they are quickly becoming dangerous tornadoes.
In some days there are tornado warnings. Today there are confirmed tornadoes, damaging tornadoes, tornado emergencies, long-lived supercells. This is a collection of tornado warnings that span hundreds of miles and are high-end situations.
So you mentioned that tornado emergency. They've downgraded it now to a tornado warning. Still very dangerous because this has been confirmed. It is going to be really, I think, eye-opening when we get first light in the morning to see the kind of destruction in Idabel. But you mentioned DeQueen. Now they're under a tornado warning.
Considerable threat, too. So just because it's not tornado emergency doesn't mean it isn't exceedingly life-threatening.
And look at that. I mean, this has traveled now now. It missed Broken Bow, so it went right through Idabel, and now just missed Broken Bow to the east side. So it's kind of heading on the more easterly part of the track. That would bring DeQueen, or at least the western part of DeQueen, Arkansas, and then Mineral. I would run to your safe place. This storm, look at the wind velocities on this still. Well over 100 miles per hour. And I mean, what's the correlation coefficient looking like now that has gone through Idabel? We can see, oh, wow, look at that. I mean, there's a lot of returns. There it goes, moving through, likely right in that area. And then as it leaves the city, it starts to lose the debris. It doesn't travel forever.
Yeah, and what it looks like, though, is that you get point sources of debris.
Yes.
And then it gets lofted into the air and transported probably tens of miles downstream and spread out.
Yeah, and then at that point, it's probably well outside the city. It's in a rural area. It's probably just leaves and minor debris of that nature. And then the signature kind of disappears for a little bit until it hits its next point. So just because it's weakening from the debris standpoint doesn't mean it's any less dangerous. So take that seriously.
And farther south, look at this one, Chris.
Yeah, wow. Considerable threat tag. This one, again, observed, Dr. Nab. And again, right near, this just went through Naples. I bet this one has a debris signature too. If we look at it here, there it is. Yep, right through the heart of Naples, and kind of moving along Highway 67 here in North Texas, moving in the vicinity of Boston. So take shelter immediately.
Some people like to talk into microphones. We prefer dropping them. The MDX Type S, a new era of premium performance.
Looking for something like this?
Superheroes are everywhere, in our movies, communities, and running our small businesses. And they can grow online securely with MasterCard tools, extending their reach far beyond the storefront. Because when you see the superhero you can be, that's priceless. MasterCard is proud to support Black Panther Wakanda Forever.
In the world of Ninja, kitchen tools never take a day off. Because neither do you. Surfaces won't stick, chip, or flake thanks to Never Stick technology. Knives stay razor sharp for over 10 years with a Never Dull sharpener. In the world of Ninja, a kitchen that never stops deserves cookware that never compromises. Meal after meal, use after use, time after time after time. Ninja kitchenware. Never stick, never dull, never stop.
I'd like to thank our sponsor, Liberty Mutual. They customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. Contestants ready? Go! No. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Drop the confetti, time to start it up. Let's go! Better get ready, it's about to bust.
Almost there.
It's getting better, getting better.
2 minutes completed. Burn calories.
Let's go! It's getting better all the time. I think I'm gonna make it mine. Let's get together, yeah.
These goldfish megabytes are too big and cheesy to go for the handful.
Orban found a way. Tiny hands. Tiny handful.
That's still one of...
Mega size, mega flavor.
Our craftsmen begin each day perfectly seasoning our Hillshire Farm smoked sausage so that you can end each day crafting a perfectly delicious dinner. Hillshire Farm, made right on the farm.
This holiday, where can you save time getting everything off their wish list and even more time checking everything off yours? Lowe's, actually. Find everything you need and more this holiday at Lowe's.
I'm Mike Corey. The cocktail of excitement and terror. Let's go on an uncharted adventure.
When you see replacing windows and doors as another item in your to-do list, Windorama sees a project we can't wait to help you finish. Our installation experts are ready to provide you with the best options for your project. Like Anderson, rated #1 in quality. And right now, when you purchase 10 or more windows installed, get a free sliding patio door. Plus, no interest and no payments for 12 months. For full offer details and to schedule your free in-home consultation, visit installwithrama.com.
I've pricked my finger 3,000 times.
My A1C was still over 9.
Then I got the Dexcom G6.
I just glance at my phone and there's my glucose number. No finger sticks. None.
Yes. Yay!
My diabetes is no longer a mystery.
You see a spike after eating raisins?
But dark chocolate? No spike. That's a huge victory.
My A1C's dropped over 2 points to 7.2.
I actually can't wait for my next doctor's appointment.
Currently in our area, 63 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, mostly cloudy skies, low 61, winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Saturday, cloudy skies, high 73, winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, mainly cloudy, low 65, winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the detail.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Go to streamtwc.com to start your free 7-day trial.
All right, breaking right now, we're taking out to Fort Smith, Arkansas, where there's a lot of law enforcement and emergency crews out on scene. It's hard to get an idea of what we're looking at, but apparently some sort of vehicle incident happened here. We know Fort Smith gusted to 65 miles per hour not that long ago as severe thunderstorms roared through the area and numerous tornado warnings south of town, Dr. Knapp.
And so they were under a severe thunderstorm warning. They're now under a flash flood warning. So at the very least, we've had very slick roads, if not ponding and maybe some flash flooding on the roads, but also the really strong winds. And now you see some responders who are coming back up to the emergency vehicle on the road, but they're coming up the hill from what looks to be what they're responding to downhill. So there may have been some sort of vehicle incident that took the vehicle or someone into danger down the hill off the road there.
Yeah, it's hard to tell if this is a bridge or an overpass, or maybe it's just, I know this is I-40. I'm not sure which direction. Yeah, I-40, either looking west or east. I've been here. It kind of drops down just before you get into the state line with Oklahoma. So visibility at the time this happened probably really low. We were actually looking at Fort Smith, Arkansas when the storm came through, and it was wild.
Yeah, very, very strong winds with that severe thunderstorm warning. But obviously something significant has happened here with multiple emergency vehicles on scene. And it's just a reminder, Chris, how dangerous it is to be out on the roads tonight for so many reasons. If for no other reason that the roads are slick and you could easily hydroplane, there could be ponding, some flash flooding. Then we got the severe thunderstorm winds, but also you don't want to be out on the roads in a tornado watch situation, because then you find yourself quickly in a tornado warning, having to scurry to get to shelter. You don't want to do that.
Yeah, and now that it's dark, it's impossible to get the visual confirmations that we're dealing with.
See those folks walking up the hill toward the road on the left side there?
Yeah.
So there's responders, they're attending to something or someone down the hill from the road.
So Fort Smith, the worst of the weather has passed. Now to our east, we're still under that flash flood threat though, so there are areas probably taking on water, high water in some areas, especially those low-lying spots that usually flood. And then we've got tornado warnings not far from Fort Smith, just to the south and east of the city, one of which was observed. This one in Franklin and Sebastian County, still an ongoing tornado warning that includes Charleston, Greenwood, and it looks like Lavaca. So that includes Franklin, Sebastian counties, and then the warning south of there. But then you go to Mena, Arkansas, and we're under an extension of that tornado warning that went through Idabel and produced winds at over 100 miles per hour likely in the city. Obviously, we don't know what happened, and we don't know what the city looks like right now, but this tornado has gone now well over 85, nearly 90 miles from when it first originated near Sulphur Springs, and we can track that as it now bypassed Broken Bow just to the east, missed DeQueen to the west, and is approaching Mineral, Arkansas, likely up towards Vandervoot now in Arkansas. Timing this out, Kellam, Mineral, you're literally talking within the next 5 to 10 minutes of this tornado warning overhead. This is a very dangerous tornado and still has extreme winds likely with this.
And again, we were calling out Mineral and other places before they got under the tornado warning. So this is, you can, by following what's going on here on the Weather Channel, you can see what communities are downstream from a warning and preliminarily take action. And don't get in your car to go anywhere. Make sure you know how to get a warning, because these are long-lived supercells, Chris, that have spawned multiple tornado warnings in now 3 different states with this one supercell.
And look at that correlation.
That's not good.
Look at that debris ball. I mean, right there, lofted over U.S. Highway 70, and that's what's moving into Arkansas. So still a very dangerous tornado. This was a wedge tornado. Not to say it's still a wedge tornado, but we've seen what it has done in the past, and I would likely continue that threat into Arkansas now, and as we've got high rotation there.
And co-located with the velocities. When the correlation coefficient showing non-meteorological debris is in the same place following along with the velocities, you know that is an indication of debris being lofted into the air by a tornado on the ground.
All right, we want to get to Texas now because there's several dangerous tornado warnings that we're still tracking. The most concerning now is this one that is approaching Interstate 30, Boston right now. Considerable threat tag. This has been an observed tornado pushed through Naples, Texas, and is now crossing I-30, or just about to cross I-30 and move into the community of Boston. I mean, does this one have this one we looked earlier, it did. Look at that debris ball right there, paralleling I-30, and then I-30 is going to bend east, and this is going to cross right over there.
In Boston, you got to take shelter
You need to be in shelter immediately. Immediately.
And this is moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. There is no time to waste.
You need to run if you're not already in your shelter. Hopefully you're in your shelter and maybe you have a way to watch the TV or listen or follow along online or through somebody on the phone, just to give you a heads up on where the tornado is and when it's safe to clear your safe spot. But right now, if you're in Boston, Texas, take shelter immediately and stay there.
Hello, little one. Welcome to the great unknown. Not the okay unknown or the underwhelming unknown. It's the great unknown for a reason. It's a world of endless possibilities and adventures you can't even imagine. Toyota, let's go places.
First psoriasis, then psoriatic arthritis.
Even walking was tough.
I had to do something. I started Cosentix.
Cosentix can help you move, look, and feel better by treating the multiple symptoms of psoriatic arthritis. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentix. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections, some serious, and the lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Tell your doctor if your Crohn's disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
Watch me.
Ask your rheumatologist about Cosentix.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... All right. no matter what the conditions. Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility. Pick up a set of Trico wiper blades at your local Advance Auto Parts store.
We're headed to the playground.
Yeah, we're going to the playground.
Have fun.
Just like that.
You think I've never been to the playground?
Shop Best Buy and experience the magic of giving the perfect gift.
My name is Wendy. I'm 51 years old, and I'm a hospital administrator. When I talk to patients, you can just see from here up when you're wearing a mask. And I have noticed those lines beginning to really become not so much moderate, but more severe. I'm still Wendy, and I got Botox Cosmetic. And I'm really happy with the results because they're very subtle, and I feel like I look like myself, but just less lines.
Botox Cosmetic is FDA approved to temporarily make frown lines, crow's feet, and forehead lines look better. The effects of Botox Cosmetic may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness may be a sign of a life-threatening condition. Do not receive Botox Cosmetic if you have a skin infection. Side effects may include allergic reactions, injection site pain, headache, eyebrow, eyelid drooping, and eyelid swelling. Tell your doctor about your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects. See for yourself at BotoxCosmetic.com.
It's Walmart's Black Friday Deals for Days. Every Monday, huge deals will go live. Join Walmart Plus and you can shop online 7 hours early. So the only question is it Monday yet? That's Walmart's Black Friday Deals for Days.
Where can you get great appliances this holiday? Backed by our price promise every day. Lowe's, actually. Get our best deals of the season, backed by the Lowe's Price Promise.
Domino's online carryout deal includes all your favorites for just $7.99 each. So let's play a word association game. Dips and twists,
$7.99.
AP swings,
$7.99.
large one-topping pizzas,
$7.99.
The only place to get this deal,
Domino's.
All right, brand new tornado emergency now. This time, this is the cell that's moving into Boston, Texas, or New Boston, Texas. This is crossing I-30, and notice how close this is to Texarkana. Now, Texarkana, you're not under this particular threat. Not to say we won't later on, but right now, this tornado is going to miss you off to your west. However, Boston, Texas is about to get a direct hit from this tornado emergency, likely on the ground, large and destructive tornado. It went through Naples, Texas a little while ago, and even had on the radar a donut hole, meaning it was clearly there was a center voided of any moisture, and you could see that on the radar. Look at the tight rotation here. I mean, this is right near I-30. Imagine the folks who happen to just be traveling this stretch, and I mean just east of there by even maybe a football field, maybe a half mile away, you're dealing with the tornado, because we're talking about this moving into New Boston near mile markers 198 and 201. So there's exit 201 right there. There's exit 198, and then exit 192 is right about there. So it's right there in that section of I-30 that this is going to approach right over the city center. And look at that debris ball. I mean, we've got strong confidence that there is a large, destructive, and catastrophic tornado on the ground about to cross over Highway 98 and move into New Boston and eventually cross over I-30, probably near the New Boston or Boston, Texas exit. Look at that notch too on the radar.
Yeah, and the correlation coefficient really started to expand right after it went through the Naples, Texas area.
Yes.
So it has been creating damage all along that path since it went near Naples, and even before that, but it really ramped up since then. And now, just east of Interstate 30, about to cross Interstate 30 in the Boston area, you have the velocities and the correlation coefficient going together. And that is one of the most clear-cut, significant correlation coefficient dropout signatures that we've seen tonight, because we've seen a lot of them, but this one is really well defined, and you absolutely have to save your life. You've got to be lowest level, most interior room in the Boston area, off the interstate. don't let anybody that you know of who's going on Interstate 30 in that area to drive. You got to be off the roads in a safe place.
And you think about with a tornado like this, let's say there's an exit right here. That's exit 198, and then you've got exit 201, which is right there. It's not safe to pull off of those exits and await this out. You want to avoid this area altogether because a gas station is not going to provide you security or safety in this type of situation. If that's all you have and you got to run into the gas station, I mean, do that. At least put walls between you and the outside.
Yeah, but don't try to outrun this. No, you're not going to be able to. And these have been moving 50 miles an hour plus or minus all day today. They are not to be toyed with in terms of trying to outdrive it or drive around it or anything like that. The thing you have to do is not be on the road and be in a sturdy structure in the lowest level, most interior room as soon as you get a warning tonight. Because these are so destructive, so fast moving, you don't have any time to waste.
So timing this out, again, New Boston, any minute now, this tornado, large, destructive, confirmed tornado will be moving into town and likely going to change the face of what you know Boston to look like.
And this is going into Arkansas. You've got places like Ashdown and Wilton and Foreman, Arkansas, that are in this warning and only have a few minutes to take shelter.
So start thinking ahead. And if you're outside the emergency, I would start thinking ahead too. If we track this a little bit further, again, catastrophic damage, it's already traveled tens of miles, probably 20, 30, 40 miles, and is continuing to show no signs of weakening, moving into a very favorable environment. You've got that notch right there. I mean, this is approaching Boston as we speak. This will then get up into Ashdown. And then, Dalton, if you're able to track it more long range, we can see who else would be in play beyond the actual emergency itself, because these are moving so quickly. Things are evolving so quickly. And not to mention, we've got the other confirmed tornado just to the north of here now in Arkansas, producing still very dangerous and damaging conditions. Ashdown, within 20 minutes or so, maybe a little bit less, and then getting into Nashville, Arkansas by about 45, 50 minutes from now, so within an hour. In Nashville, you're not under any warning right now. However, I would anticipate the potential of a very large and catastrophic tornado moving your direction. The way we have the atmosphere tonight, Dr. Nab, these can travel 100 miles, perhaps.
And I just went through the radar loop, and this cell affecting the Boston area it formed near Tyler, Texas, 2 hours ago.
2 hours we've been tracking this tornado-warned storm now on the ground approaching Boston.
Right now.
Confused about the best beauty care products for your skin? Here are some common myths. Myth 1. All you need is hemorrhoid cream for under-eye bags. Actually, hemorrhoid cream can cause irritation and clogged pores, even thinning of the skin around the eyes. Myth 2. Makeup can reduce the appearance of wrinkles. Actually, makeup can dry out the skin and cause creases, which enhance the appearance of wrinkles. Myth 3. The only way to reduce wrinkles and crow's feet is expensive injections or costly procedures. But there are alternatives. Plexiderm makes a clinically proven, safe, and easy-to-use serum that lets you experience enhanced beauty in just 10 minutes, not weeks.
I've had under-eye bags for a very long time, and it sucks. I have spent so much money on tons of eye creams, eye gels. Finally, I tried something called Plexiderm. And I'm not joking. It works.
It's amazing. My friends, my family, they can't believe it. There's been creams, there's been lotions, concealers. Nothing works like this. And in just a few minutes, it's amazing. Hi, I'm Tiffany, and this is what Plexiderm did for me.
Get a convenient trial kit this Thanksgiving for the low cost of $14.95 plus free shipping. Plexiderm Rapid Reduction Serum is formulated with our proprietary blend of naturally derived silicate minerals from shale clay that form a safe and effective temporary firming layer on your skin 1, giving you visible, youthful results in minutes, which last for hours. Plexiderm is highly effective at reducing the look of wrinkles, crow's feet, under eye bags, dark circles, and more in just 10 minutes, or your money back. Act now for this special one-time trial kit for only $14.95 with no further commitments. Plus, get free shipping. If after using Plexiderm you're not showing your best face to the world, we'll refund your money. No questions asked. Try Plexiderm for $14.95 this Thanksgiving. Order online at plexidermtrial.com or call the number on your screen.
First came Google, then came Fitbit. What if the two forces joined together to transform the way we live? Again, Fitbit by Google.
Olive Garden's never-ending pasta bowl is back, which means the never-ending pasta you crave is back. Starting it with our never-ending first course, well, that's always been here. Never-ending pasta bowl, starting at $13.99 for a limited time.
Tornado emergency still ongoing here in northeast Texas and southwestern parts of Arkansas. I want to get you straight to the radar. We've got several other confirmed tornadoes that we're tracking now in Arkansas, and then other dangerous tornado warnings that we're tracking south of Texarkana. The real threat now really starting to advance near Texarkana and that northeast part of Texas, and now across western parts of Arkansas. So here's the latest on the tornado emergency. Again, this tornado warned storm. This is an actual tornado on the ground. Large wedge tornado moving right over Interstate 30 near the community of New Boston in Texas. Okay, this is for Bowie and Little River counties, Bowie, Texas, or Bowie County, Texas, and Little River County, Arkansas. If you live in Boston, you hopefully are in your safe place. This tornado is bearing down on you right as we speak. Look at the velocities here. Look at that tight rotation. This is literally crossing over exit 201. All right, that's just to the west of Boston proper. Or no, exit 198. That's exit 198. Here's exit 201. There's a Walmart right there. So this is just to the west of Walmart. Likely going to miss it by maybe a mile away. And the storm is going to cross I-30 and move up towards Highway 41, heading north out of Boston.
Goodness,
look
Chris,
at that
look
debris
at that
signature.
tornadic debris signature, an extremely large tornadic debris signature. That is an indication of damage being done by this tornado on the ground just to the west of Boston and New Boston. And then it's going to cross not only the interstate, but then Highway 8 that goes north-south through that area. So you cannot be driving through this area.
No. I mean, you need to avoid, look at how it's expanded to the debris now being lofted well outside of Boston, and is now already crossing over I-30. Okay,
and there's Highway 8.
Now is approaching Highway 8. Look how quickly that's moving. I mean, traveling 10 miles in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, these are all moving like 50 miles an hour today, quickly off to the northeast, which is why when you get a warning, you've got to take shelter immediately, including if you are over the border in southwestern Arkansas in this warning, where the weather might not be so bad at this moment, but it is going to change dramatically and in a life-threatening way in just a matter of a few minutes.
So if you live in Wallace, Ashdown, you need to be in your safe place. Run there immediately, guys. This is a very dangerous storm, and it's moving very quickly, this tornado, likely going to approach you within the next 10 to 15 minutes, okay? This is already getting close to the state line of Arkansas and will be racing up right near Wallace and Ashdown within the next 10-15 minutes. And look at that, a brand new tornado warning just south of Boston. So some of these areas are going to go down with several tornado warnings. You may have just been hit or maybe have been under a tornado warning. That's not to say you won't be done with your threat of severe weather. That's just kind of how everything's kind of lining up. We head north a little bit. This is to Mena, Arkansas, Montgomery, Pike, and Polk counties. This is an observed tornado. This is the tornado that produced a tornado emergency about 45 minutes ago in southwestern parts of Oklahoma near Idabel. This is now, this same tornado warned storm is approaching Wicks and likely going to move south of Mena. And look at this. I mean, we're still holding on to velocities. What are these measuring at? I mean, this has been measuring, 80, 90, to nearly 100 plus miles per hour for the better half of 2-3 hours now.
Yeah, so very strong mesoscale cyclones, the parent thunderstorms rotating and producing the tornado that is on the ground. And this one you can track all the way back to Sulphur Springs.
Yes.
And this is a really long-lived, another 3-state tornado, and it has a long history of damage, and you can't count on this going away. So if you are northeast of Mena, heads up. A tornado warning could be issued for you before too much longer, because we've continuing to have to do that, Chris, continue to issue new tornado warnings along the path of this long-lived supercell. And here we go again into southwestern portions of Arkansas with that continuation of that new Boston tornado now moving into Arkansas very shortly.
So they dropped the tornado emergency. I think they do that because it's out of a populated area and it's moving into these areas. So tornado warning is still just as dangerous.
Still a considerable threat, life-threatening tornado situation. Take shelter immediately if you are in Ashdown or Foreman or Wallace in Arkansas. You are now going to get this supercell that went over New Boston, Texas.
All right, let's track these new tornado warnings now south of that one that just hit New Boston, Texas, because if we track these, they are on a trajectory towards Texarkana. Yeah,
absolutely.
Heads up. It's quiet there right now, and you're not under a warning technically, but it won't be long, we think, before you are one. There's 2 areas of rotation right here, one near Hughes Springs. That is where an apparent tornado is. This is radar indicated. That would be pushing up towards Douglasville by 8 o'clock, and then Texarkana in about 45 minutes away.
Yeah, so if you have any ideas of going out and about in Texarkana, now's a really bad time to do that.
Yeah, if you're trying to get dinner, you're trying to run an errand before the store closes, you need to just postpone it until tomorrow, because that's how quickly things can change.
Yeah, because you don't want to be out somewhere when a tornado hits and then you're out on the road, and with storms moving 50, 55 miles an hour, you aren't going to be able to deal with the tornado very well if you're out on the roads.
This is that same morning. Look at this. Look at this rotation right here. I mean, measuring winds 80, close to 100 miles per hour, obviously much stronger if this isn't a tornado, but you're getting an idea how dangerous some of these cells are. I'm amazed at how clearly defined and how strong these velocity returns are in every single one of these warnings.
Yeah, we have not had the evolution into a squall line yet. We still primarily are dealing with supercells out in the open warm sector that are feeding off of that warm, moist inflow, and discrete supercells continuing.
So high risk for damaging winds over 80 miles per hour and dangerous tornadoes as we watch Arkansas and Louisiana now join in on the threat. We'll be back.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it takes stunning photos in the dark and helps take annoying items out of pictures or unblurs faces. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones.
Among my patients, I often see them have teeth sensitivity as well as gum issues. Does it worry me? Absolutely. Sensodyne sensitivity and gum gives us a dual action effect that really takes care of both our teeth sensitivity as well as our gum issues. There's no question it's something that I would recommend.
Some people like to talk into microphones. We prefer dropping them. The MDX Type S, a new era of premium performance.
To everyone this holiday season, give love. Give style. Find joy for everyone on your list with Macy's Gift Finder.
This is Antonelli's Cheese Shop, and we're the Antonellis.
We chose our Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One because we earn unlimited 2% cash back on every purchase.
And with no preset spending limit, our purchasing power adapts to our business needs. What's in your wallet?
My operator said, hey, one of our regular customers had a heart transplant recently. Would you be okay with me introducing you to them? I was like, absolutely, man.
That's when I got to meet Brian. We've both had a heart transplant and love Chick-fil-A. Brian represents older me because of what he's been through.
I was so happy to be able to be that person in Shay's life.
It's nice knowing someone in the community able to talk to you like that.
I'm glad that I'm in this journey, in this story right now with Shay.
The future of connectivity is here, where mobile and internet work hand in hand to create one seamless network that works to automatically block threats. powerful enough to run smart cities, yet made for you. This is Spectrum One. Internet, advanced Wi-Fi, and mobile working together as one. That's seamless connectivity. That's Spectrum One.
So is this stuff really fresh?
Yes. I mean, yeah, we don't have freezers, we don't have microwaves, and we always have fresh stuff coming in. I mean, this is the best guac that you can get.
Fresh is what you stand for.
Definitely.
For every holiday, for everyone. Ritz, a taste of welcome.
I wasn't expecting this.
My brother Paul created an organization that assists communities after natural disasters. Now my wife and I run the global response team.
Come on in. This is so amazing. Thank you all so much for coming in and doing this for us.
Fast Home Rescue, tomorrow night, 8/7 Central, only on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 63 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, mostly cloudy skies, low 61, winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Saturday, cloudy skies, high 73, winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, mainly cloudy, low 65, winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Tornado warnings continue to fire up here across East Texas, western Arkansas, and it's not going to be long before Louisiana, at least northwest Louisiana, starts to get in on some warnings as well. Notice all of these are becoming supercells out ahead of our front, which is still back here. Overnight, we're going to start to transition to more of a squall line, which still may have some tornadoes, but becoming more of a damaging wind threat. We haven't hit that point yet, and that is why the most destructive ones are literally happening as we speak. One that just pushed through New Boston, Texas, and this one is very concerning. Considerable threat tag is now in Arkansas, likely going to pass by Ashdown just to the west by a few miles. This is for Little River County here in far southwestern Arkansas. Look at that velocity right over. What highway is that? Can we zoom in a little bit more? Right over highway, I think we said that was 41. Okay, so State Route 41 in Arkansas, and then State Route 8 north of New Boston in Texas. That is where this is, just south of Foreman. So please take shelter immediately. Look at the debris signature here. What you're looking at is debris that was lifted up by this tornado as it passed south of Boston, getting through the west side of New Boston, and is now crossing into Arkansas. A little bit more rural area, not as many structures, so probably not seeing as much debris at the moment, but still very strong returns on velocity. And then we head to the storm south of here. Right now, nothing's been confirmed. However, Dr. Knapp just showed me the debris signature starting to pick up on this tornado right here. And notice where this is headed. If we draw a line out, we can extend it, and that brings then Texarkana into the mix within 40 minutes, 35 to 40 minutes. And right now, Texarkana, you're not even under a tornado warning. So you may not even be aware that there's a tornado ahead of your way.
But
so
look at that signature with the debris now starting to be picked up in the same place where the rotation is. So, heads up in Texarkana. In 40 minutes, you could be dealing with a tornado. You don't want to be going somewhere right now on the roads, and you want to have a way to get your warnings. These have been long-lived, fast-moving supercells.
Yeah, they've traveled lots of miles. So let's show you some new video. This is stunning to see. This was before dark. Look at the tornado here.
Wow, look at all the debris.
Sulphur Springs, Texas. Look at that. I mean, look at the debris. Look at how violent this is. Now, this is the one that has produced some catastrophic damage, not just there in Sulphur Springs. This is the same warning we're still tracking now, 2+ hours later after it pushed through Sulphur Springs.
And Chris, I want to highlight how much debris is up in the air. That's the kind of stuff that you see on the radar. In bulk, the radar picks up that debris. But also, you don't see much of a condensation funnel. You see a lot of dust and dirt being picked up. But you do see little vortices rotating around the tornado. So there's a lot of detail going on in here. And even in the foreground, you can see the winds moving around. So the effects of the tornado are far more than just what you would think of the quintessential condensation funnel.
And this was when it first began. This was when it kind of originated.
This is small.
This got a lot larger. We saw some ground truth of that when it was approaching the Oklahoma state line north of Clarksville.
Look at how high up in the air that debris gets suspended for long periods of time. So you hear these stories about something damaged here being found way over here or maybe miles away. This is how that happens. And you get so much debris being picked up. And there aren't that many structures in the path at this particular time. You can imagine if this was hitting a neighborhood, how much damage this would cause and how much debris would be tossed into the air. And one place that we've seen a lot of damage is in the Sulphur Springs area, Hopkins County area, where our Charles Peak is.
Yeah, so we're going to talk to Charles really quickly. You can see the damage there. If we pull up the max, we actually wanted to track that tornado that we saw. And Charles, I know you're listening on the phone. We want to ask you some questions, but we want to show folks how far that tornado has traveled, because it started there as a supercell south of I-30, and then we put this in play. That was about 4:50 in the afternoon, and then look at it now crossing into Oklahoma. There it is now, and Arkansas, and now there's the tornado warning for that cell. That's 3 hours later, now in Montgomery, Pike, and Polk counties in Arkansas.
And it's not the only one. We've had multiple supercells last more than 2 hours. So, Charles, give us an update on what you are seeing in terms of the damage and the impacts there.
Yeah, Dr. Knapp, I'm still at this one location. We just got the drone footage in, and just another home. I was just talking to a law enforcement official, said it was a pier and beam home that is about a quarter mile, if I understand right, from here, that was pretty well picked up and completely moved, and he said basically it was flattened. It's in a very rural area. He said it's real difficult to be able to get to, but those are the conditions with the storm going through here.
All right, Charles, we'll continue to check back in with some of the damage that you have seen. We've got some brand new video, this time out of Emory, Texas, and look at this tornado. Violent, small twister with multiple vortices, and again, less of a condensation funnel and more of dust and debris.
A lot of debris going way up into the air. I guess this is kind of what happens when it doesn't hit so many structures, but hits a lot of trees and the ground. But you can imagine what this would do to structures.
And look at the cars right there, narrowly.
Look at those individual vortices wrapping around.
Look at that. Oh, wow. Violent afternoon, and severe weather coverage continues next on the Weather Channel.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it takes stunning photos in the dark and helps take annoying items out of pictures or blurs faces. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones.
There's still one place you go where emotions reign free. A place where the ultimate luxury is the luxury of just being yourself. Thoughtfully designed to put you and your passengers at ease. There's luxury you can feel, and there's luxury that lets you feel infinitely you.
Flashing lights. They really get your attention. See them, and you know to go slow. Now we put that same technology in the palm of your hand with Lizard Flare. It's the high-tech safety flare with no flame.
Attention! This might be your last chance to get Lizard Flare before they're gone. Details coming up.
Lizard Flare uses 15 high-intensity LED strobes that can be seen nearly a mile away, and a powerful magnet that sticks to your car so you can warn people without exiting the vehicle. And they have 360 degrees of visibility. Rain, snow, even fog. Lizard Flare won't let you down. Look, Flares are dangerous, but Lizard Flare stays cool to the touch and can last a lifetime without burning out. They're built tough with shatterproof ABS lenses and rubber bumpers that take a beating. That's a 30-ton fire truck, a dead battery, an empty gas tank. With Lizard Flare, help is on the way. Lizard Flare Pro has an ultra-bright flashlight too, and this handy hook to hang it up for a jump start or stand it up to fix a flat. Perfect for your truck or RV. Listen, roadside accidents are the leading cause of death for people under 55 in the United States. Make sure everyone in your family has Lizard Flare.
Get your Lizard Flare for only $9.99 only through this special offer. But wait, there's breaking news. Lizard Flare may be discontinued. Due to rising costs and supply chain shortages, Lizard Flare is stopping manufacturing effective immediately. There is a strict limit of 2 vehicle packs per order while supplies last. But once the current inventory is gone, it's gone forever. Order now.
This may be your last chance, so call 1-800-824-1258. That's 1-800-824-1258. Or visit lizardflare.com. So call 1-800-824-1258 or visit lizardflare.com now.
Snoring keeping you awake? The Sleep Number 360 smart bed lets you gently raise your partner's head. And it senses your movements and automatically adjusts. Don't miss our weekend special. Save 40% on the Sleep Number 360 Special Edition Smart Bed. Ends Monday.
Welcome into our ongoing coverage of a very dangerous night across the Mid-South and parts of the Plains as well. We have already seen significant tornadoes and very serious damage. I'm Storm Specialist Carl Parker alongside Chris Warren. We're going to have more on what's going on with the damage in just a moment, but let's get right into the warnings now and show you where the worst of this weather is. You see this line of storms, many tornado warnings indicated by those red boxes now from East Texas up through western parts of Arkansas. Let's get right into these warnings from south to north here. First of all, in Texas, Cherokee, Natchitoches, and Rusk counties under warning. Also to the north of that, Cherokee and Rush also under warning. And then another one extending up into Cherokee and Rusk here going until 8:15. So there are 2 distinct circulations in this case, one right there and one right there. These are moving northeast at about 45 miles per hour, 40 miles per hour. So heads up in Atoy and Reclaw, as well as Laneville, and then that other area that's going to be northwest of Laneville, that moving towards McKnight, Henderson, and coming into New Prospect as well. Possible tornado coming your way. Then up into northeast Texas, Bowie and Cass counties observed a tornado here, and this, by the way, is southwest of Texarkana. Not getting a real clear picture in the velocity data, but basically we're watching that area right there, and that is now probably about 40 minutes away from Texarkana. So heads up there. That is generally coming your way, moving towards Douglasville more immediately, coming into Maud as well, and then also moving into Redwater. Then farther north, another couple of tornado warnings here. One of those for Howard and Little River in Sevier counties. So we are now getting up into parts of southwestern Arkansas and looking at the velocity data. In this case, very strong signature now west of 59. And that again moving rapidly to the northeast. So that's going to be coming towards Locksburg, but Aileen more immediately about 8:02 right now, and then Locksburg around 8:21 or so. Then up into northwest Arkansas, a couple of tornado warnings here. Howard County under warning, and then another warning off to the north of that. That warning in effect for Montgomery and Polk and Scott counties. Observed tornado here. We're looking at a large but strong circulation that is south of Mena, and that also moving off to the northeast right now, coming into Shady right now, into Board Camp at 8:10, Yocana at 8:15, Huddleston beyond that. Then up into northern Arkansas, Johnson and Logan counties under warning. Observed tornado here, looking at a circulation sitting now northwest of Spadra and moving towards the northeast. That coming towards Edna and Ferris Springs, and then one more tornado tornado warning here for Carroll County, also a small warning in Boone County as well. And looking at the velocity data in this case, we've got here an area of circulation that is coming towards Branson right now, not showing up real well, but we're a pretty good long ways from the radar. So that is generally going to be moving up in towards that 65 corridor in the next few minutes here. So heads up for a possible tornado there. Now let's take a look at some of the tornado reports that we have seen already. It has been a really active afternoon here. House destroyed there, southeastern parts of Oklahoma, Detroit. Tree snapped in half, power poles down, significant damage in Dangerfield. I mean, we've gotten incredible video, which we'll show you here in just a moment. And all of this courtesy of a really vigorous upper level storm that is now moving across parts of the southern plains. We've got plenty of instability indicated by that yellow and orange and red shading feeding up and into the system. And importantly here, really strong wind shear also, where winds are coming out of the south, southeast, and even southeast at the surface, and then coming out of the south and southwest at about 5,000 feet up and very rapidly. Those are winds in blue of about 40 miles per hour. We're going to see that shift over the next several hours, and so that corridor, that area of greatest low-level wind shear is going to move across parts of Arkansas and across northern Louisiana as well, and that is why there are tornado watches in effect in those areas. Many of these watches going until midnight tonight, but that threat may continue for quite some time. It may extend well into the overnight hours as well. So a lot going on here. We're going to be with you through the night following this severe weather. I want to bring in meteorologist Chris Warren right now. And Chris, we've seen some incredible video of some of these tornadoes already today.
And Carl, we're going to get to that video here in just a moment, but want to get you caught up to where Carl just left off, the threat going through tonight. Carl's just showing us the tornado watches where conditions are still favorable for the development of tornadoes, but also a bigger area where more dangerous weather is possible. Damaging winds, hail still on the table here, still a possibility. And this is going through the overnight hours. So we see scenes like this, damage that has already been done, and now going into the overnight hours when people are likely trying to get to sleep. And unfortunately, you gotta pay attention, have a way to be woken up in case these storms turn severe, because in many areas, and likely while Carl and I are with you here, it is not just likely over a huge area, but it is very likely there is going to be some more very dangerous weather across parts of Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana. But the threat for severe weather extends even up into southern Missouri to Mississippi, a lot of Louisiana, even parts of Tennessee, including Memphis. This is the Torcon, so even though you have a 2 on here, it's not a 7, but it is still a tornado threat. The bigger the number, the bigger the threat. You get above 5, you're really getting into that, closer to that max threat zone here. It's very rare for us to have 8, 9, or 10, so a 7 is very high. And already what we've seen today with the damage, with the tornadoes, you got to take this very seriously. Sometimes it just takes a while for the atmosphere to wind down. It's still chugging along pretty strong here, unfortunately. Here's the forecast by midnight. Central time here, the storms should be through Shreveport and Bossier City, but here in central Louisiana, Alexandria, some storms rumbling through you, and some of the storms out ahead of the main line could be rotating, could be packing a big punch, could have a tornado, and then beyond that, another punch here. So a 1-2 punch for many areas across the south here, across Louisiana. And notice even at 3 o'clock in the morning, overnight tonight, as this whole line of storms is moving across the Mississippi here, there is still signs that this is going to be very strong, some strong winds, very heavy rain, frequent lightning. Still can't rule out the possibility that there could be some rotation, could be some tornadoes still. Here's a look at Little Rock, a quick look at some of the storms and the timing. Again, likely before midnight, some of the stronger storms are going to come through. Showing you the forecast right now, and want to show you some video as well, because you think about the forecast, what could be coming your way, the possibility still of tornadoes. Sulphur Springs, Texas, from a little bit earlier. You can see while it was light out here, tornado in progress. You see the debris field, how wide the debris, how far away from the actual tornado that debris is being kicked up and thrown around. And if this was at night, you might not even know it was there. I mean, it doesn't even sound that loud here, as close as this camera does appear to that tornado right there. And then after that tornado is this. You can see barely make out the taillights of a truck and a car here next to what appears to be a residence, treed down, debris up in the trees as well. So as we look at this, Carl, we see that tornadoes have been happening, a history of tornadoes today, and unfortunately also a history of damage. Does anything stand out to you or anything that comes to mind as you're looking at this video today and looking at some of the damage afterward?
Well, I think this is probably one of the worst severe days that we've seen in a very, very long time. It's going to be a long night. There's a lot of wind in the atmosphere in general. You look at the tornado there and you see that rapid motion. Look at that debris being tossed around there. Just a violent tornado coming through Sulphur Springs. And we did hear about significant damage as a result of that. So it is going to be most likely a long night here in parts of Texas and Louisiana, as well as into Arkansas. Let's once again go through some of these warnings and show you where some of the worst of it is now. First of all, I want to show you some live pictures from Charles Peak. This is Sulphur Springs, and you see some of the damage there. Not at all surprising given the ferocity of the tornado that we were just looking at moments ago. That was the tornado that caused this damage. So we've got an ongoing threat here and multiple tornado warnings. Let's get right into some of these warnings for you now. First of all, into East Texas, looking at a tornado warning for Cherokee and Natchitoches and also Rusk counties. That is going until 8:15 here. There are actually two separate circulations. There's one right there that is now southwest of Laneville, and that is moving towards Laneville. I'm going to go back a couple of frames here. Looks like that's pretty solidly to the northeast. So that's going to be coming up in that area, moving into Anadarko just a few minutes from now. Laneville at about 8:19 or so. There's another circulation to the northeast of that, not quite as well formed, but you see where that is relative to Henderson. So heads up there in Henderson, could be a tornado coming your way here in the next few minutes. Then up into northeast Texas, Bowie and Cass counties, or Bowie and Cass counties, going until 8:30. Observed tornado here, looking at a large circulation right in there, and that is generally now southwest of Texarkana. Now, I do want to take a look at the debris signatures here. We did see something showing up in that moments ago, right in there, indicating there may have been a touchdown right in there, and you see where this is relative to Texarkana. So heads up there in Texarkana. This is not that far away. Maybe that it passes just to the northwest of you, but it's going to be really, really close. In fact, I'm going to actually move that just a little bit. So it's going to be very close there as it comes up and towards Texarkana. If you're in the west or northwest side of Texarkana in particular, I'd be certainly concerned about this storm. Keep a close eye on that. We've got a new tornado warning now in effect into western Arkansas, and that is for Howard and Little River in Sevier counties. So we're looking at a circulation that is now near 59, right about in there. Actually seeing a little bit of aliasing here, so it's difficult to get a good sense of that sometimes at first glance, but that is now just west of 59 and moving northeast. So that coming towards Ben Lomond at about 8:16, Locksburg at about 8:23 or so. Then farther north, Montgomery, Polk, and Scott counties got a warning until 8:45. Observed tornado, so large circulation that is now south of 71 and moving northeast. That's going to come into Yocana and Pine Ridge and into Harvey. Then another tornado warning for Johnson and Logan counties. We are now into northwestern Arkansas. Not seeing as much evidence of a real tight circulation, sort of a looser circulation there. So we'll keep a close eye on that. And then yet another storm up into Carroll County, and that circulation has now now made its way outside of that tornado warning polygon and now is up into the Branson area, but there is not now a tornado warning in the Branson area. So, Chris, it's just one of those days when you've got so much wind at several levels of the atmosphere that you're going to see a lot of rotation in these storms. And as mentioned, this is probably going to go for some time tonight.
And Carl, coming up a little bit later, I want to talk to you about what you're looking at as far as the ingredients, what you're going to be looking forward to through time, of what will be some good signals that may say this is winding down. But right now, we're far from winding down right now. And with that, still getting our first look at some damage from various locations, including where Storm Tracker Charles Peak is right now. We go live to Charles's scene. He joins us now on the phone as he's providing these images to us here near Sulphur Springs in Hopkins County. Charles, what are you looking at, do you think, and what have you seen? Can kind of take us through the environment, what's beyond your light?
Yeah, Chris, probably about a half a mile to the southwest from here was a well-built brick home that I was on a little earlier that had about half of the home destroyed. The couple that was there actually was in a vehicle. They were trapped in it with trees falling on it. First responders were able to get them out, but they were uninjured. And then here about like I said, about a half a mile as a crow flies to the northeast, the tornado continued on and hit this home, which local law enforcement tell is a pier and beam type home. Parts of it are standing, but literally probably 200 yards around, the rest of the home is just in pieces. It is spread out completely. I'll try to turn the camera just a little to be able to show you as it is just all over the place here, but this is going to be a wooden structure. It does look like it was still a well-built structure, but it was not a brick structure, and it sustained substantial damage. And again, talking to local law enforcement, they've informed me that they have no injuries from this, and they're having to provide shelter for one person, but everybody else was able to stay with family members and such.
Charles, you mentioned you spoke with law enforcement. Were you able to speak with anybody else, any residents or people in the community?
I did talk to the homeowner of the other home when I was there. The gentleman, his wife was not there, but he was, and he said they got the warnings. He said he had two of them on his phone, but they just didn't. They get warnings all the time, he said, and just didn't think it would happen. And so they literally got into their vehicle and were going to go to dinner. And the tornado hit trees. He said it literally picked up the back of the pickup, moved it. Trees fell on them, but they were okay.
All right, Storm Tracker Charles Peak, we'll be checking back in with you throughout this evening. And a reminder, especially when you look at this, take warnings very seriously tonight in Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, southern Missouri, even still for parts of Oklahoma. This severe weather threat is ongoing, a dangerous situation we are watching right now with multiple tornado warnings across 3 states.
Shop Black Friday deals right now at Best Buy.
Confused about the best beauty care products for your skin? Here are some common myths. Myth 1. All you need is hemorrhoid cream for under eye bags. Actually, hemorrhoid cream can cause irritation and clogged pores, even thinning of the skin around the eyes. Myth 2. Makeup can reduce the appearance of wrinkles. Actually, makeup can dry out the skin and cause creases, which enhance the appearance of wrinkles. Myth 3. The only way to reduce wrinkles and crow's feet is expensive injections or costly procedures. But there are alternatives. Plexiderm makes a clinically proven, safe, and easy-to-use serum that lets you experience enhanced beauty in just 10 minutes, not weeks.
I've had under eye bags for a very long time, and it sucks. I have spent so much money on tons of eye creams, eye gels. Finally, I tried something called Plexiderm. And I'm not joking. pain. It works.
It's amazing. My friends, my family, they can't believe it. There's been creams, there's been lotions, concealers. Nothing works like this. And in just a few minutes, it's amazing. Hi, I'm Tiffany, and this is what Plexiderm did for me.
Get a convenient trial kit this Thanksgiving for the low cost of $14.95 plus free shipping. Plexiderm Rapid Reduction Serum is formulated with our proprietary blend of naturally derived silicate minerals from shale clay that form a safe and effective temporary firming layer on your skin, giving you visible, youthful results in minutes, which last for hours. Plexiderm is highly effective at reducing the look of wrinkles, crow's feet, under eye bags, dark circles, and more in just 10 minutes, or your money back. Act now for this special one-time trial kit for only $14.95 with no further commitments. Plus, get free shipping. If after using Plexiderm you're not showing your best face to the world, we'll refund your money. No questions asked. Try Plexiderm for $14.95 this Thanksgiving. Order online at plexidermtrial.com or call the number on your screen.
Hi, I'm Jeff from Nuts.com. When my grandfather started this business, he relied on freshness, quality, variety, and service. We still deliver the freshest nuts, dried fruits, snacks, and sweets to families all around the country. Nuts.com. Enjoy free shipping on your first order.
Some people like to talk into microphones. We prefer dropping them. MDX Type S, a new era of premium performance.
I'm Mike Corey.
There's a cocktail of excitement and terror.
Let's go on an uncharted adventure.
Meet the team that brought 1,199 new holiday faves to Aldi.
Gary, team leader. I lead the team.
Mabel, imports.
Stop eating all the merch.
You stop eating the merch.
Brian, I sprinkle low price dust with expert precision.
He gets it everywhere.
Sam, I specialize in rolls.
How are the rolls?
Fluffy.
Ronnie, and my job is to look good.
Oh, endless wonder. Unbelievable savings. It's an Aldi thing.
When you see replacing windows and doors as another item in your to-do list, Windorama sees a project we can't wait to help you finish. Our installation experts are ready to provide you with the best options for your project. Like Anderson, rated #1 in quality. And right now, when you purchase 10 or more windows installed, get a free sliding patio door. Plus, no interest and no payments for 12 months. For full offer details and to schedule your free in-home consultation, visit installwithrama.com.
Currently in our area, 63 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, considerable cloudiness, low 61, winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Saturday, mostly cloudy skies, high 73, winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, mostly cloudy skies, low 65, winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the detail.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Go to streamtwc.com to start your free 7-day trial.
Right now, this is a live look at Clarksville, Arkansas, where the lightning you're seeing right now associated with a storm that has a tornado warning associated with it, an observed tornado. That's the tag from the National Weather Service here for parts of Johnson and Logan counties. Also in this is Coal Hill and Clarksville. Those you can see here right along, this is looking right along Interstate 40. The heavy rain that's coming down, the flashes of lightning every once in a while. We're seeing with these strong storms across 3 states right now. Missouri, here also in Arkansas and into Texas, about a half dozen tornado warnings. And this is one of those storms. Again, multiple tornadoes right now, multiple tornado warnings we're tracking right now. This one does have the observed tag with it. We have seen plenty of damage. We've seen video of tornadoes. Take all of the warnings very seriously tonight. You should always take them seriously. But Carl, when we heard from Charles Peak a little while ago, and he spoke to some people that had warnings, but they decided to go to dinner anyway. So they said they had warnings in the past. This isn't like the past.
No, it's not. It's one of those nights when we have really serious, significant, long-track tornadoes going on here, and there are now many current tornado warnings extending from eastern Texas all the way up into western Arkansas and now into Missouri as well. So let's get right into some of these warnings for you now. We've got a warning in effect for Panola and Rusk counties that is going until 9 p.m. Circulation showing up near Laneville right now and moving off to the northeast. Another little circulation also near Henderson as well. That's going to be coming towards Pine Hill and towards Durgin. Then farther north up into the Arklatex there, Bowie, Cass, and Miller counties, including Texarkana, under warning right now. Now, as I'm looking at this velocity data, certainly I see a surge of wind right there. Some hints of a little more rotation right in there, perhaps, and then also to the north of that. But it's just that at this time. I would not say that that's a well-defined area of circulation. So let's just track that whole area out and see where that's going to be headed. And that is going to be getting into Texarkana at about 8:32. But again, at least right now, it is not a real well-defined area of circulation. That could change at any moment. And I want to show you a live look at Texarkana right now. And we've got a lot of lightning now moving in. There you see it right there. Very heavy rain here as well. Multiple hazards from this storm as it comes in. We're going to be looking at some large hail here. Golf ball size hail is also going to be a threat as that comes into Texarkana, and that core not very far away at all. And there is also that tornado threat. Again, I think at least for now, it's not as well defined as it was. So we can take some solace in that, but that could change at any moment. So certainly just keep that in mind, and we'll continue to watch the radar, the velocity signature very closely here. Then farther north, Howard, Little River, Sevier counties under warning until 9 p.m. Losing a little of that circulation in what's called the range folding there, but that is now moving toward the northeast, coming up towards areas northwest of Nashville, moving towards Bethany and Reed, and also Granfield. Then another tornado warning in Montgomery and Polk and Scott counties going until 8:45. Now in this case, we've got a very broad but very strong area of circulation, and that is about ready to cross Route 270 as it moves to the northeast. So that'll be coming towards Gravelly, heads up in that area. Then farther north, another tornado warning for Johnson and Logan counties. Now, in this case, I'm not seeing, there's a little evidence of a curlicue right there, but not as well defined as it once was before. And then here in Taney County, southwestern parts of Missouri, a tornado warning here. Here too, you've got a big surge of wind and, a little S curve there. Maybe some hints of rotation in that area, but it's not real well defined, at least not at this time. But certainly something that we want to keep a really close eye on. So we have had, again, significant tornadoes across northeast Texas this evening, Chris. It has been a really rough day, and we've got a long way to go with this weather.
Yeah, with so many tornado warnings that are active right now, Carl, that we're watching, don't really see any immediate signs right now that there's going to be a let-up of this anytime soon. Are you seeing anything that's giving you hope at all?
No, I mean, the thing is that we do expect some of these storms to begin to outrun the instability a little bit, which I can take a look at here on the what's called the CAPE, or convective available potential energy. So some of these storms on the north end are getting away from that. So we don't expect that those storms are going to be as strong, but you certainly got plenty of instability farther south. I mean, there's more than enough there to keep those storms going for some time. And then, on top of that, we're also looking at this wind shear, which is really significant across the region. So what you're looking at here is winds that are coming out of the southeast at the surface, but coming out of the south, and that's winds of 40 to 50 miles per hour at about a mile up. So that creates a rolling motion, having that difference of wind speed and wind direction from the surface up to about 5,000 feet. We're going to talk more about this ongoing threat here coming up in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
Ubrelvy helps you fight migraine attacks. You put it all on the line. You do it all. So you bring Ubrelvy. It can quickly stop migraine in its tracks within 2 hours without worrying if it's too late or where you are.
Unlike older medicines, Ubrelvy is a pill that directly blocks a protein believed to be a cause of migraine. Do not take with strong CYP3A4 inhibitors. Most common side effects were nausea and tiredness.
Migraine pain relief starts with you. Learn how AbbVie can help you save. Ask about Ubrelvy, the anytime, anywhere migraine medicine.
First psoriasis, then psoriatic arthritis.
Even walking was tough.
I had to do something. I started Cosentyx.
Cosentyx can help you move, look, and feel better by treating the multiple symptoms of psoriatic arthritis. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections, some serious, and the lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Tell your doctor if your Crohn's disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
Watch me.
Ask your rheumatologist about Cosentyx.
It took a while to get up here. We started out around 1959.
Then we took a hard left in East Africa.
A right at Baja. A 180 in the empty quarter. And that 65-degree incline at Hell's Revenge. But we didn't do all that just to get here. We did it to give you a truck that'll take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
First came Google, then came Fitbit. What if the two forces joined together to transform the way we live? Again, Fitbit by Google.
I dip when the mood don't feel right. I change like the colors of the sunrise. Not scared of the dark, I'm a highlight. I do what I want.
Limited edition fragrance, only by Glade. SC Johnson.
Jeez.
Ironic. Edelman's struggling with reception.
Two things I hate dropping. Balls and calls.
Well, you need a better network. And Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30 a line.
Verizon for $30?
Yeah, it's their best unlimited price ever.
I'm switching now.
And getting the network you want for $30?
Touchdown!
Oh! Touchdown!
Everyone can get Verizon for just $30 a line. And now's the time to switch, because you'll get up to $960. Only on the network America relies on. Verizon.
It's easy to think that all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different how? You sell high commission investment products, right?
Nope, Fisher avoids them.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Never at Fisher Investments.
Okay, then you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we structure our fees so we do better when clients do better. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Changing microscopic batteries. Now this is Ergo, and they're rechargeable. Can it get any easier? That's the Ergo difference.
Here's Liz, whose bladder leaks drop in uninvited. But instead of period pads, she brought Poise Ultra Thin, so she can bounce on with clean, dry, fresh protection from Poise.
Severe Storm Central, you're watching the Weather Channel. We are watching multiple tornado warnings right now in Texas, Arkansas, and Missouri. This right here, a live look at one of the tornado-warned areas, Texarkana, Arkansas, where it is warm, 77 degrees, and it is absolutely pouring, and you are under a tornado warning right now. Again, this is a live look here in Texarkana. Now let's take a look at a live view on the road also in Texarkana. So the view from a DOT camera, now a view on the road, and what is blinding rain, a testament to just how strong some of these storms are, packing a whole bunch of moisture. Unfortunately, also the potential for tornadoes right now. Brett Adair, one of the storm trackers out watching and covering these storms and helping to provide us with the knowledge of what we're seeing on the radar is happening in truth on the ground. And unfortunately on the ground, also still getting new pictures, new video into the Weather Channel of some of the damage we've seen. This near Sulphur Springs, Texas. This coming to us from Charles Peak, who has seen a lot of damage already today. Tornado warnings have been ongoing now for hours. No real sign that they're going to let up anytime soon. So we look at this. If you're in the path of this line of storms in Missouri, in Arkansas, in East Texas, in Louisiana, this is what is still a possibility going into the evening hours. As tired as you might be, and as much as you want to try to get some solid sack time tonight, you got to make sure you have a way to get those alerts and be ready to move. Put your plan into action if you do get that warning. So with that, a lot of warnings to get to, and Storm Specialist Carl Parker has been analyzing a lot of these storms. And Carl, this is still going strong. Several tornado warnings. You get to this time of the night, you know, little ways after sunset, and you start to look for signs that hopefully things are going to slow down. Just don't see it. Yeah, in a lot of cases, you begin to lose a little of the instability, but the low-level winds start to increase, and so you lose, some of one parameter and you gain a little of another parameter. And so, yeah, we are still seeing very strong rotation here across parts of Texas as well as western Arkansas. Let's get right into the warnings. Got a warning in effect here that is south of Interstate 20, Panola and Rusk counties under warning until 9 p.m. So we're watching that little southwest edge of the storm as it moves northeast about 40 miles per hour. That's going to be coming towards Pine Hill and also towards Beckville as well. Possible tornado coming your way in those areas. Another tornado warning here in effect for Bowie, Cass, and Miller counties going until 9 p.m. So this is Texarkana. So you see right in there, you see that interface right there. So there's certainly some very strong wind. What I'm looking for along the leading edge of that is a more concentrated area of spin. I'm not really seeing that at this time. And so, I think at least for right now, we've got more of a damaging wind threat. Now, we might see an area tighten up at any moment here. So we certainly could be looking at a tornado. And also a large hail threat could be golf ball size hail. And you see that core as it's moving towards the southwest part of town right now, or across the southwest part of town right now. Then farther north, Howard and Sevier counties under warning until 9 p.m. Downstream warning as well on this storm for Pike County. In this case, we're looking at circulation that is showing up near Nashville. So right in there, and sort of discombobulated at this time, sort of a broad circulation, and that is going to be coming towards Reed as well as Granville, and also coming into Daisy. So possible tornado moving your way in those areas. Then as we go farther north, looking at another tornado warning here that has just been clipped, and that is for Montgomery, Scott, and Yell counties until 8:45. Now here, you've got a very broad area of spin. It's a little clearer than it is in a lot of other cases. It's a broad area, but it's a very strong, broad area. And so, that's worrisome because, if that begins to tighten up, we could be looking at a significant tornado here. But you're absolutely looking at a very strong area that is broad, that is rotating. And let's see where that's going to be headed in the next few minutes here. That coming up into the Little Texas area, coming towards Gravely as well. Also look and see if there's any evidence of debris. Not seeing any evidence of debris
at least right now. Farther north, also a tiny little tornado warning in southern parts of Missouri for Taney County, seeing some, sort of shear right in there, but nothing that is really well defined at this time. But really significant parent storm now coming across the southern part of the plains. That is what is driving this threat, and there is more than enough warm and humid air indicated by the yellow and orange and red colors there to feed these storms. So we expect that they're going to continue to go for quite some time in parts of Arkansas as well as northeast Texas and Louisiana. We'll have much more on all this coming up in a few minutes.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it takes stunning photos in the dark and helps take annoying items out of pictures or unblurs faces. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones.
During Walmart's Black Friday Deals for Days, every Monday is a huge deal. Get a $79 HP Chromebook, plus other hot deals. Join Walmart Plus and you can shop online 7 hours early. Head to Walmart's Black Friday Deals for Days.
Curiosity pushes you forward. It's what inspired Meiomi to create an unrivaled wine using the best from California to push flavor in new directions for a taste like no other. Meiomi, flavor forward.
In the world of Ninja, kitchen tools never take a day off. Because neither do you. Surfaces won't stick, chip, or flake thanks to Never Stick technology. Knives stay razor sharp for over 10 years with a Never Dull sharpener. In the world of Ninja, a kitchen that never stops deserves cookware that never compromises. Meal after meal, use after use, time after time after time. Ninja kitchenware. Never stick, never dull, never stop.
Science proves your best sleep is vital to your mental, emotional, and physical health. And we know 80% of couples sleep too hot or too cold. Introducing the new Sleep Number Climate 360 Smart Bed. The only smart bed in the world that actively cools, warms, and effortlessly responds to both of you. Our smart sleepers get 28 minutes more restful sleep per night. Proven quality sleep, only from Sleep Number.
A Kohler home generator never misses a beat. It automatically powers your entire home in seconds and keeps your family connected. With a heavy-duty commercial-grade engine and no refueling, even when the power goes out, life rocks on. Right now, get a free 10-year extended warranty and up to $750 off.
Thanks.
Jake from State Farm, I really need to know.
Go spicy or go home, right?
What? No. What if I'm not sure I have the right coverage for my car?
Oh, your agent can help me make sure it's just what you need.
What if I accidentally hit a food truck and it gets covered in empanadas?
You can file a claim on the app. At State Farm, we're there for your what ifs.
Thanks.
Oh.
That is too spicy. That's for you.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Make this worth your while, Peloton.
All the classes and endless motivation to keep you coming back. That's why 91% of households that join Peloton are still active 12 months later. Motivation that moves you. Rent the Peloton Bike or Bike Plus. Terms apply.
Right now, this is a look at Texarkana, right along Interstate 30. Very heavy rain, very low visibility. There was a tornado warning on this storm. Looking at the map, no longer the case. So there is, Carl?
No, that just went out, actually.
Yeah,
just went out. Yeah.
So it is, that has been allowed to expire, but these things are spinning up and they're lasting for a long time. This is some very heavy rain, still some dangerous weather. Also, on the Texas side of Texarkana, Brett Adair, he is on Interstate 369 driving, and it looks like we're maybe refreshing here a little bit with the signal. I believe that's what's going on here. Regardless, we do have a lot of cameras we're keeping an eye on here on the Weather Channel, keeping up with the tornado warnings. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4 right now. One in Missouri, a couple in Arkansas, one in Texas. as right now the heavy rain is the factor. Look at that. You can see a wake behind that big rig that just went by, or that's the wind. Hard to say. Regardless, it's not good to be out right now. Dangerous times with damaging winds possible, large hail possible. And, of course, the big threat that we have seen, unfortunately, realized, Carl, is that tornado threat. Sometimes when you look at the threats for, the next day, you may see there's a tornado threat, and then it's the day of where you really see the ingredients coming together, and that's kind of what happened today. And unfortunately, it's all kind of coming into line for a pretty bad night.
Yeah, we're in the middle of this second severe season when we have this, clash of seasons going on with colder air coming in, and that adds more energy, more wind to the atmosphere. That's a big part of what drives a severe weather threat when you've got a vigorous parent storm and a lot of wind as a result of temperature contrasts in the atmosphere. So several tornado warnings to tell you about right now. First of all, we've got one in East Texas. That's Panola and Rusk counties under warning until 9 p.m. So we're watching the southwest edge of that circulation there, southwest edge of that cell, I should say, and that moving towards the northeast, coming towards Pine Hill, as well as into Beckville. So heads up a possible tornado coming your way. Then up into Texarkana, as Chris mentioned, that tornado warning has been allowed to expire. Just a line of strong wind now coming across Texarkana. Interesting little feature on the southwest side of all of that. We'll keep our eyes on that. Then Howard and Sevier counties under warning right now for a possible tornado, and then a downstream warning as well. That into Pike County. We're now into western parts of Arkansas. And what we're looking at here is a circulation that is now between Dirks and Nashville, moving northeast about 50 miles per hour. So that coming towards Reed and Daisy and Lodi in the longer term here. So a possible tornado along with that. Then another tornado warning into Montgomery, Scott, and Yell counties until 8:45. Very well defined broad circulation right there. So, it's not tight. Tightness is part of what really gets us worried. It's not tight, it's broad, but it's strong. And sometimes when it's strong, it can manage to tighten up there. And it looks like we have a brand new tornado warning that has just come out downstream. That tornado warning for Logan, Perry, and Yell counties until 9:30. Motion here is northeast at 60 miles per hour, 60 miles per hour. So you're talking about highway speed. And let's take a look. And in that last scan, it actually did tighten up a little bit. So we're seeing a little more definition in that circulation as it moves to the northeast. And that is going to be coming up towards Gravelly, as well as towards Bluffton and towards Rover as well. Briggsville, Rover, Danville, all those areas you want to get to your safe place right now. Lowest, most interior room as a possible tornado is now coming your way. Now looking at the correlation coefficient, I'm not seeing any evidence of debris at this time, but again, that is a robust area of circulation. So certainly looking at the possibility of a tornado coming up into those areas. Now, let's take a look at where we're going to go from here and talk about the modeling here. And what we see going forward, this is into 11 o'clock tonight. I want you to notice the character of some of these storms. So right in there and right in there, you see this sort of a shape that looks a little bit like that. And, that is a supercell storm. That's the model picking up on the fact that there's a lot of shear in the atmosphere. So these could be target areas from East Texas and Sabine River over into parts of Louisiana. And then very late tonight, we do expect to see more of a linear character to these storms, Chris. And so we expect that it's going to morph into more of a damaging wind threat overnight, but there's still going to be a lot of wind shear in place. So we may be looking at tornado warnings deep into the evening.
And Carl, it's not just on the discrete cells ahead of the line, is it? Because we're kind of seeing that with it, right? Now, sometimes that's the way it works. You have the discrete cells with all the juice, a lot of the atmosphere primed for it. But unfortunately, this is a time you can get tornadoes ahead and with the line.
Absolutely. Those discrete cells have more capacity to, take in all the shear that's occurring in the atmosphere and develop a circulation. But when you've got so much shear, which we do tonight, you can absolutely see rotating cells developing within the line. We call that QLCS. And yeah, we're going to see a lot of that tonight.
Well, let's take a look at some of the rotation we've already seen. With, of course, you have the overall storm rotating, and then you can get a funnel, if not a tornado, And of course, this a tornado in progress, Sulphur Springs, Texas. And just look at all of the debris being thrown far away from the center of this tornado, Carl.
Yeah, just, incredible view here, and you can very clearly see what's called the dust envelope there, the darker color, and then within that, the cloud that is being developed by the low pressure, that's the whitish area there, and just a really rapid motion on that tornado. Just violent tornadoes occurring across parts of the southern plains tonight.
We're headed to the playground.
Yeah, we're going to the playground.
Have fun.
Just like that.
You think I've never been to the playground?
Shop Best Buy and experience the magic of giving the perfect gift.
Hey, Buck. I know you don't like voicemails, but I hope you're doing great. I wish I was with you. You are so brave. Just keep getting out there. And I hope you know how lucky I am to be your dad.
Toyota. Let's go places.
It's Walmart's Black Friday deals for days. Every Monday, huge deals will go live. Join Walmart Plus and you can shop online 7 hours early. So the only question is it Monday yet? That's Walmart's Black Friday deals for days.
Have you seen my new phone yet? It folds in half.
I would never switch to Samsung. I love my phone.
What?
Folds in half. You see, I love my phone. I would never switch to Samsung.
What's that taste like, Pops?
You never had a Guinness?
It looks dark and heavy.
It's actually light on its feet and smooth as velvet. Like you when you played ball.
Did he used to be a tennis player?
Sure, kid.
This holiday, make no mistake, everything here is Philadelphia cheesecake.
Cheesecake is everything.
Bake your own.
Spectrum Mobile is the fastest growing mobile provider in the nation. And now is the time to switch. Get Spectrum Mobile Unlimited for $29.99 for your first line and every line. Spectrum Mobile delivers reliable service coast to coast with unlimited talk, text, and data. Plus, nationwide 5G is included. So get your first line and every line of Spectrum Mobile Unlimited for just $29.99 a line. Call 855-438-2999 or visit a Spectrum store today.
Without the right start to your day, your morning could hit a wall.
It's not the door.
I got it. Velveeta breakfast biscuits are baked with slow-release carbs and provide steady morning energy to help you rise and thrive.
The chicken always seems to be a big favorite. People love it.
You're not pulling it out of a box. You're making food.
Yeah. I like being able to put pride in my food and pride in my work. You get to walk right in. You see me making your chicken. This is going to be in your bowl.
This is it.
This is it. This is it.
The United Nations Climate Change Conference. Watch the Weather Channel for COP27 updates throughout the day, or dive even deeper on the Pattern Channel with comprehensive coverage and a daily recap at 8 Eastern. COP27. Get complete coverage starting Monday on the Weather Channel and Pattern.
Currently in our area, 63 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, considerable cloudiness, low 61, winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Saturday, mostly cloudy skies, high 73, winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, mostly cloudy skies, low 65, winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Breaking right now here on the Weather Channel. New video coming in right now of the tornado that went through Sulphur Springs. And as we look at it, Carl, we're seeing this now for the first time. I want to do a little drawing on it and let me know if you agree or jump in if you think I'm close here or a little off here. Looks like the main funnel right through here, the condensation funnel with that air, the low pressure going up, you're getting condensation. Looks like maybe the wall cloud up here with a broader rotation that would be in there. Then, of course, the funnel, and then some of the debris coming on around the outside of it. Carl, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, I agree. And sometimes that what you see at the base there near the top of the tornado is what's called the collar cloud. But you're right, that's an extension.
This bit right here?
Yes. Well, no, I mean what looks like a wall. Yeah. It can actually be referred to as a collar cloud sometimes. In that, you're right. I think that's an extension of the larger rotation that that's occurring there. And certainly you can see the two different the tubes essentially. There's the cloud in the middle, which is condensation. So that is formed because low pressure condenses moisture in the atmosphere. But then there's a sheath around that of dust, what's called the dust envelope right in there. And, that's that sort of darkness that, and tornadoes take on a lot of different appearances based on, where the light is. In this case, it is, what we call backlit, and that's pretty common. And so it has that darker appearance. But, if you had the sun to your back, which you see a little bit more of in this case, you can see some of the lightness from the cloud in the central part of the tornado there. But, just a really significant tornado. I mean, there's violent motion at the base of that thing. And, we've seen really significant damage as a result of that, Chris.
And you see some of the debris that's being kicked up. And keep in mind, you got looks like some big oak trees out there. Try to give it some scale, how far away this is. What looks almost like you might think there's some leaves flying around. These could be big chunks of trees. Right, as far away as that is. And it's always remarkable too, Carl, I think, when you see the actual funnel and then around it you see some of the rising air and how high some of that debris gets up. And oftentimes you hear a story of debris being found miles away, get kicked up and brought along right with the storm.
Yeah, and that's how we see debris in tornadoes. Unless the tornado is right on the radar, the beam is getting higher and higher as you get farther away because of the curvature of the earth. And so, by the time it gets to the storm, it has to be a really significant storm to grab that debris up off the ground and take it well up into that funnel for it to be seen by the radar. And that's exactly what we saw earlier tonight. We saw that debris.
When we look at the correlation coefficient.
Exactly right.
Right. You're looking for stuff like that. We don't know exactly what that is, parts of buildings or parts of vegetation. You're looking for that that's getting lofted up here because remember the radar beam is coming up higher in the cloud. The radar is, unless it's right on top of the tornado's right on top of the radar, most of the time the radar beam's going over the tornado. So it's the debris that gets lofted up there that the radar can detect is not a raindrop or hail.
And there's another important point there. You notice that there's a little bit of a tilt to the tornado. And so, a lot of times we point out broadly where that circulation is, but, it can be very problematic to get down really, really tight in terms of mapping because of that angling that's occurring. You can see where the circulation is at, 5 to 10,000 feet, but you might not know exactly where it is on the ground.
What you were saying, I believe, Carl, is that, say, the tornado's on the ground down here, right? But the radar may be seeing the circulation over here. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly right. Yeah. Exactly right. So, you have to be broader about it. It can be difficult to get really, really tight when you're looking at radar. But, that is a well-developed tornado there. I mean, that really is a fierce tornado there. Certainly one of the strongest we've seen in a long, long time.
And whenever you see this, it just does remind you how destructive and powerful these storms are and how big they are, too, and how quickly they can come through and just eat up the landscape.
Yeah, they're so violent and there's so much violent motion that's occurring there. There's motion that's obviously going around, but there's also inflow. There's very strong wind that's going into the center of the tornado, and then there's vertical motion as well. And, it's a very complicated dynamic when you get a tornado like this. In fact, there have been computer simulations that have been run, and what's really amazing about this is that even though it has the appearance of being a single entity, in fact, what it is a series of smaller rotations that are all kind of feeding into this larger rotation and rotating about each other. I mean, if you could see all of the motion that was occurring there, it would look like a tangle of snakes or something. Basically, it's not just one circulation.
And sometimes if you look on the edges, you can see, maybe not exactly that, but you can see how there seems to be some like erratic behavior with the stuff that you're seeing in the air here, and how there's also still that ongoing rising air, that rising motion as this tornado is tearing across the land here. We are tracking a couple tornado warnings, several severe thunderstorm warnings, long night ahead of a lot of the area here in the U.S.
Some people like to talk into microphones. We prefer dropping them. The MDX Type S, a new era of premium performance.
Technically, when enamel is gone, you cannot get it back, but there are ways you can repair it. I'm excited about Pronamel Repair because it penetrates deep into the tooth to help actively repair acid-weakened enamel. I recommend Pronamel Repair to my patients.
Confused about the best beauty care products for your skin? Here are some common myths. Myth 1. All you need is hemorrhoid cream for under-eye bags. Actually, hemorrhoid cream can cause irritation and clogged pores, even thinning of the skin around the eyes. Myth 2. Makeup can reduce the appearance of wrinkles. Actually, makeup can dry out the skin and cause creases, which enhance the appearance of wrinkles. Myth 3. The only way to reduce wrinkles and crow's feet is expensive injections or costly procedures. But there are alternatives. Plexiderm makes a clinically proven, safe, and easy-to-use serum that lets you experience enhanced beauty in just 10 minutes, not weeks.
I've had under-eye bags for a very long time, and it sucks. I have spent so much money on tons of eye creams, eye gels. Finally, I tried something called Plexiderm. And I'm not joking, it works.
It's amazing. My friends, my family, they can't believe it. There's been creams, there's been lotions, concealers. Nothing works like this. And in just a few minutes, it's amazing. Hi, I'm Tiffany, and this is what Plexiderm did for me.
Get a convenient trial kit this Thanksgiving for the low cost of $14.95 plus free shipping. Plexiderm Rapid Reduction Serum is formulated with our proprietary blend of naturally derived silicate minerals from shale clay that form a safe and effective temporary firming layer on your skin, giving you visible, youthful results in minutes, which last for hours. Plexiderm is highly effective at reducing the look of wrinkles, crow's feet, under-eye bags, dark circles, and more in just 10 minutes, or your money back. Act now for this special one-time trial kit for only $14.95 with no further commitments. Plus, get free shipping. If after using Plexiderm you're not showing your best face to the world, we'll refund your money. No questions asked. Try Plexiderm for $14.95 this Thanksgiving. Order online at plexidermtrial.com or call the number on your screen.
These must have cost a fortune.
Nope, it was actually less than we expected.
Oh, they have old floors at home.
Oh. It's time to love your floors. Lumber Liquidators is now LL Flooring. Right now, save up to 15% on waterproof floors.
Right now, here is a live look. Texarkana, Arkansas, 71 degrees, a lot of lightning right now. Still watching some very strong storms moving through the area. Severe thunderstorm warning, including the east side of town here, and tornado warnings north of Texarkana and west of Little Rock right now. Not including Little Rock right now, but there are several storms, several parts of a line of storms that do have warnings associated with them. Again, tornado warnings. We've seen several tornadoes already today in Texas, in Arkansas. Unfortunately, damage has been the result of some of these tornadoes, and this is some of that in Sulphur Springs, Texas. We've also been showing you here on the Weather Channel some of the tornadoes as they were in progress. We'll show you more of that video and analyze the video and explain to you and show you why the radar is only part of the story when warning on these storms that can have such dire consequences, unfortunately. And Carl, right now we started last hour with about a half dozen tornado warnings. Right now, a couple tornado warnings. Is that, you think, maybe the beginning of a slowdown, or maybe a little bit of a lull in the action here as we're going through the next several hours?
It's tough to say. I mean, some of these storms are running away from the greater instability, but we also still do have a lot of wind shear in the atmosphere. So, I would not be surprised if we had several more flare-ups of tornadoes going through the night tonight. Let's take a look at the current radar and show you where the activity is. Watching a warning now for 70-mile-per-hour wind around Texarkana and moving farther east, moving up across 49 and towards the Hope area as well. Tornado possible tag on that warning. Then a tornado warning here near Nashville, Howard, Sevier counties under warning until 9 p.m. and a downstream warning in effect for Pike County. And so here you see this broad circulation, very broad circulation right now that is generally headed towards Glenwood. It's not tight at this time, and so I think there's a little less of a threat for a tornado, at least for now. Then farther north, Logan, Perry, and Yell counties under warning until 9:30 Central Time. In this case, a couple of interesting features. There's a little bit of a tight area right there, and then there's a broader area right in there. So basically all along this area there is some threat for a tornado, and that is moving off to the northeast, coming towards Briggsville, moving towards Danville as well, and coming into Plainville. So possible tornado along that leading edge of those storms. But what's driving all of this is a very strong parent system. You can see the circulation in the atmosphere right in there. Really strong upper level winds, a lot of lift in the atmosphere. Also, we take a look at the instability here, that warm and humid air coming off the Gulf of Mexico. And so this is looking at basically the potential depth of the cloud when you've got more warm and humid air at the surface and the temperature profile gets cooler as you go up through the atmosphere. Well, that gives you more potential for depth in the cloud, and the taller the cloud is, basically the greater the chance for severe weather. So you notice here that some of these storms are getting into areas where the instability is waning. I mean, that's absolutely the case in northern Arkansas. It's not catching up that quickly. Sometimes as storms move along, they'll kind of bring the instability with them, but that's not happening here in northeast Arkansas, at least right now. So I do think we've got less of a threat with these storms. However, farther south from central and southwest Arkansas down into northwest Louisiana and into East Texas as well, there is more than enough instability to keep these things going for a while. And a big part of what's driving this is the low-level winds here and the wind threat, the wind shear that is creating this wind threat and this tornado threat. When you've got winds that are coming out of different directions from the surface up to 5,000 feet, that low-level wind shear. So here you see our winds coming out of the southeast, even almost east-southeast at the surface. And then we've got winds that are coming out of the south, screaming out of the south at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. And so what that does, that change in wind direction and wind speed, creates a rolling motion in the atmosphere. And that rolling motion can then be ingested by these storms as they're developing, as they tighten up. They can sort of cinch up that rotation, and that's why there is this potential for rotating storms and for tornadoes. So a tornado watch going until midnight tonight there in East Texas, northwest Louisiana, as well as into Arkansas. When we look at the modeling, we do expect that there's going to be an ongoing threat here for severe weather and tornadoes. In fact, this is one of our high-resolution models showing us some pretty disconcerting looking cells around the Piney Woods, across the Sabine River, and then also up into the Shreveport area as well. You can see that little bit of a kidney bean shape that is showing up in some some of these cells, like right there and right there. And so that's the model indicating that there's still going to be this potential for well-developed supercell storms that have rotation that are capable of producing tornadoes. But then as we get deeper into the evening, we're probably going to see more of a line of storms. You notice there are still individual cells within that line there, so they're still going to be capable of rotating, but it's probably going to begin to transition into more of a damaging wind threat and a little less of a tornado threat. That's not to say that we won't see some additional tornado warnings. And then finally, by tomorrow morning, the storms generally do get a little bit quieter, and so things are going to be looking a little bit better. I want to tell you about a new tornado warning that has just come out here, and that is in the central part of the state. And so we'll take a look, and I do think we actually covered that a moment ago. Clark and Hot Spring and Montgomery counties under warning. And as we look at the velocity data here, now that's interesting because, you know, from that perspective, from that radar, it's not as well defined, but you get into this other radar's view, and you do see actually a little more definition right in there in that velocity signature, and that is moving very rapidly now to the northeast. So on that trajectory, that's going to be coming into Amity 915, Point Cedar 925, Bismarck at 932. That's a pretty well-developed area of circulation. Not seeing any debris with that right now, but certainly that is cause for concern on the radar. And it looks like we got a brand new scan there, and it's not quite as well defined as it was in the most recent scan, but certainly there certainly could be a tornado developing in this area. So heads up on that, and we'll keep a close eye on that and go through these radars again in just a few minutes. Let's get over to Chris.
All right, Carl, I want to take a look right now at a few different things here, and we want to start off with some of what we've been watching and tracking throughout the course of this evening, and of course that is this. We've been watching some of the new video coming into the Weather Channel, this near Sulphur Springs, of a tornado in progress, a very well-defined funnel. A lot of debris flying around with this. Of course, we've also seen damage associated with this storm that came through a little bit earlier while it was still light out. Also a reminder that the atmosphere capable of doing this this evening and now into the nighttime hours and possibly into the overnight hours. Going to be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to see the tornadoes now that do develop, now that it is dark out. But this was while it was still light earlier in Texas near Sulphur Springs. An obvious tornado here in progress, damaging tornadoes. Unfortunately, we are still getting more reports into the Weather Channel of some of these damaging tornadoes as we're still currently tracking tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, and a flash flood threat. If you're in the line of these storms, or the storms just went through, it's best not to be out on the roads this evening. This is some new video into the Weather Channel from our storm tracker, Charles Peak. A drone view here up in the air, seeing trees down and a lot of damage. It looks like this home suffering extreme damage here. Looks like if it was a two-story home, no longer, or if it's a one-floor home, a single-story home, then the roof is heavily damaged, and you can see a lot of the contents of the home and a lot of the home itself thrown across the vehicles here, across the driveway, and it looks like even into the backyard as well. I believe this is what we were looking at earlier. I think Charles was out there. It is. Yeah, so we're seeing a new perspective of the live pictures that Charles was showing us a little while ago. You can see there's a truck and a car right there. And gosh, such a sad time here. You're having a Friday afternoon that turns into a time when your home is ripped apart here. And Carl, when you look at this, it's just a reminder of you never know exactly what these storms are going to hit. It's just like, why that house? And if all the land around the home,
yeah,
and then it had to come through and hit this particular one.
Yeah, and that really does look like significant damage there. Now, when the National Weather Service goes out, they're going to be analyzing this and, you know, trying to get a look at what are called damage indicators. There are a lot of different ways to assess the strength of the structure, but, you know, just, you know, sort of eyeballing eyeballing that, I mean, that absolutely does look like what I would say is considerable damage, where you've got, roofs torn off there, maybe even severe damage where you've got entire stories of homes. I don't know if that, it looks like that was maybe just a one-story home, but certainly the roof, is just about gone there. So, that could have been EF2 damage. And again, the National Weather Service has very specific criteria that they use to determine, what the strength of the structure was. And from that, they'll be able to estimate the wind speeds. But I would not be at all surprised if we're talking about an EF2 here. I mean, just looking at the pictures, the video of the tornado earlier tonight, Chris, I mean, it was, we saw violent motion in that tornado. Tornadoes come in all shapes and sizes, and there are some cases where it's just very clearly a strong tornado, and that's exactly what we were looking at in that video. Just a terrible situation there. Our hearts going out to those people in that area. All right, so we do still have some tornado warnings to tell you about right now, and let's get right into that. This is in western Arkansas, and by the way, you see where this is relative to Little Rock, and so it's a ways away for now, but eventually, probably another couple of hours or so, we're going to be looking at storms getting into Little Rock, and you will see all the same conditions that are leading to these storms. You're going to see that wind shear in place. We've got enough instability to keep things going. It's a little more limited in the northern part of the state, but I think there is going to be a threat in Little Rock tonight. Clark, Hot Spring, Montgomery counties under warning until 9:45, and let's take a look at the velocity data here. Now, I'm not seeing quite as much as what we saw just moments ago, and so right there, pretty well-defined area of circulation there. You see that sort of brighter blue indicating where wind is coming toward the radar, and then the darker color where it's moving away from the radar. And then we'll move into successive frames in this velocity data, and that kind of washes out a little bit. It looks like it was almost moving more to the northeast than east-northeast, and then it kind of washes out. So, hopefully that means that we've got less of a tornado threat here. We'll see about that, but certainly you've got an area of strong winds that is going to be coming across the region. Now, as we move farther north, Logan and Perry and Yell counties under warning until 9:30. Here, too, I'm not seeing anything that really jumps out at this time. You've got this area of strong winds right in there, and there could be some little circulations along that. I think that looked a little bit more likely as we go back several frames right in there. There could have been a couple of areas that were rotating. That seems a little less apparent right now, but just to be on the safe side, let's go ahead and track that forward. That's going to be coming into Belleville as well as Danville, and also moving into Olin. All this being driven by a very vigorous system. We've got a second severe season. Most severe weather occurs in spring, but you get it in fall as well when you've got this clash of seasons going on. Certainly there's more than enough warm and humid air coming off the Gulf of Mexico, and so that contributes to the instability, and instability can be thought of as fuel for thunderstorms, and we've got plenty of that moving up and into these storms in southern parts of Arkansas as well as northwest Louisiana and East Texas. It is, as I mentioned, a little more limited on the north side of Arkansas. That's going to change a little bit. That instability is going to come up a little bit across this area, and so I would expect that we could get some very strong storms in Little Rock tonight. And also we're looking at the wind shear here. There's more than enough of that. When you see winds coming out of different directions like that from the surface up to 5,000 feet, Chris, then you've got a lot of spin in the atmosphere, and these storms can take advantage of that, and that's why we think there is this potential for severe weather tonight.
And Carl, seeing less of the storms in Arkansas out ahead of the main line, but in East Texas and Louisiana, you still have, it looks like, a lot of young storms that are coming in worth watching, especially that one right ahead of the line getting close to Shreveport right now.
Yeah, absolutely. That's always a concern when you've got storms that are well out and ahead of the main line here. And in fact, let's take a look at some of the radars. I'll just go through that very quickly. And so, when we look here in East Texas, getting towards the Lufkin area and farther south. All of these storms are probably displaying, some minimal level of rotation. They're all rotating to some extent, and that is, because you've got so much wind shear in the atmosphere, and then you've got all these individual cells as well. So, any of these, look at you see that sort of the curvature right there. It looks a little bit like a kidney bean. You see a little bit there and then a little of it there. In all these areas, all of these storms are showing some signs of rotation. So the only question is, do they get strong enough? Do they get strong enough to really tighten up that area of rotation? But there is more than enough wind shear to support tornadoes tonight. We've got an ongoing threat here. We're going to talk much more about it coming up in just a few minutes right here on the Weather Channel.
First came Google, then came Fitbit. What if the two forces joined together to transform the way we live? Again, Fitbit by Google.
Entresto is the #1 heart failure brand prescribed by cardiologists. It was proven superior at helping people stay alive and out of the hospital. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. And don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren, or if you've had angioedema with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto.
It took a while to get up here. We started out around 1959. Then we took a hard left in East Africa. A right at Baja. A 180 in the empty quarter. And that 65-degree incline at Hell's Revenge. But we didn't do all that just to get here. We did it to give you a truck that'll take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
So?
The new iPhone 14 Pro. It's amazing.
Yep, the camera is incredible. And you'll get our best deal.
Nice, but everyone should get it.
Everyone can get it.
Every new customer.
And every existing customer.
Every iPhone.
Every iPhone.
Every iPhone.
Every iPhone.
Okay, my work here is done. Everyone gets the best deal on every iPhone.
Best one yet.
Everyone gets AT&T's best deals on every iPhone, including up to $800 off iPhone 14 Pro.
Are you coming for my job?
How did Kellogg's combine crunchy oat clusters with a touch of honey, plump, juicy raisins, and tasty fiber into one delicious cereal? It took a lot of brandstorming. Get it? Kellogg's Raisin Bran Crunch. 2 scoops of delicious.
I love it when people say that something's impossible. I see that as a challenge.
You got to frank it up.
Crank it up!
Frank it up. Yeah.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. I put that on everything.
The chef's chicken sandwiches at Panera, freshly prepared with clean ingredients, spark an explosion of the senses. So when you finally taste it, it just confirms this is fantastic. And only at Panera. $1 delivery fee on our app.
I'm Mike Corey.
The cocktail of excitement and terror.
Let's go on an uncharted adventure.
When you see replacing windows and doors as another item in your to-do list, Windorama sees a project we can't wait to help you finish. Our installation experts are ready to provide you with the best options for your project. Like Anderson, rated #1 in quality. And right now, when you purchase 10 or more windows installed, get a free sliding patio door. Plus, no interest and no payments for 12 months. For full offer details and to schedule your free in-home consultation, visit installwithrama.com.
Meet the team that brought 1,199 new holiday faves to Aldi.
Gary, team leader. I lead the team.
Mabel, imports.
Stop eating all the merch.
You stop eating the merch.
Brian, I sprinkle low price dust with expert precision.
He gets it everywhere.
Sam, I specialize in rolls.
How other rolls.
Fluffy.
Ronnie, and my job is to look good.
Oh, endless wonder. Unbelievable savings. It's an Aldi thing.
Currently in our area, 64 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, mainly cloudy, low 61, winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Saturday, overcast, high 73, winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, mostly cloudy, low 65, winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
The power of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the details.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Go to streamtwc.com to start your free 7-day trial.
Tracking a dangerous tornado threat this evening on the Weather Channel. This was a bit earlier today in Texas near Sulphur Springs, where there has been a lot of reports of damage in the area. And you can imagine that would certainly be the case with this coming through town. A violent tornado, a very obvious tornado tearing up a lot of land here. This, again, was earlier today. There have been several reports of tornadoes, well over 12.5 reports. And what we're seeing right now are several warnings. We're going to get to those in just a moment. But just want to show you what the atmosphere has been capable of today. And when you see storms like this, these are capable of doing a lot of damage. And storm tracker Charles Peak has been out this afternoon, this evening, and now into the nighttime. And he put the drone up into the air, give us an aerial view of a home that he was showing us earlier, if you're watching us about an hour ago live, of that car and that truck there next to this home, which appears to have the roof almost completely ripped off here and thrown into the side or the backyard. A lot of trees snapped and thrown down across the hoods of the car and the truck. A lot of trees leading up to this home also laid down here or snapped a little ways up on the trunk. A reminder, again, the atmosphere capable of producing tornadoes, and those tornadoes capable of doing a lot of damage. Unfortunately, did get word out of Oklahoma in McCurtain County that one person was killed. Also reports of damage to several homes and several people trapped in storm shelters as well, which is sad as that is. It's nice to know that people were in storm shelters in some cases. And Carl, unfortunately, you know, when you talk about and you look at some of these tornadoes making a direct hit, sometimes the only safe place is underground.
Yeah, you know, we were just looking at some of the, the significant damage that's occurred there, and we could be talking about EF2 to possibly EF3 damage, and it's going to be very hard to make it through that when you get a direct hit from that kind of wind. You're talking about winds that are reaching up well over 100 miles per hour. I think that is likely going to be what we see out of that Sulphur Springs storm. So we've got an ongoing threat tonight. We're looking at tornado warnings continuing at this hour in western parts of Arkansas. You notice where all this is relative to Little Rock. So certainly heads up there in Little Rock. We could be looking at very intense storms coming your way, probably about an hour and a half or so. Clark, Hot Spring, Montgomery counties under warning for a possible tornado right now. We're getting into an area that is called range folding, where we're not seeing as much as we'd like to see right now. But, going back several frames, right in there in particular, we did see a pretty robust area of circulation that didn't last. It actually made its way a little more towards the northeast and then kind of washed out. And then maybe another little area of circulation behind that, kind of along the leading edge of this storm. So, just to be on the safe side, let's track this leading edge out. And certainly we're going to see a damaging wind threat along with that, but maybe tornado circulation as well. Alpine, Lenox, Rockwell, Hot Springs, and all of those areas got some strong wind and possibly a tornado coming your way. Similar story here in Logan, Perry, and Yell counties this morning going until 9:30. Not seeing anything that really jumps out in terms of a tornadic circulation, but we could see a little spin up developing along that. Then farther southeast of Texarkana, got a severe warning with a considerable threat tag, looking at the possibility of 70-mile-per-hour wind with this storm. Also tornado possible. And then down towards Shreveport, Caddo Parish, Harrison County under warning. Again, considerable threat tag for 70-mile-per-hour wind and a tornado possible tag. So you see the leading edge of the strong wind that is right in there. And that is going to be coming towards Shreveport not very long from now, moving rapidly to the northeast. So on that trajectory, moving towards Wascom at 9:36, Blanchard 9:47, and Belcher at 9:50. Could be some damaging wind, 70-mile-per-hour wind coming your way in those areas. Then we're also watching a whole host of cells that are out ahead of this main line right in there. Those cells developing in an area where there's a lot of wind shear, so we'll need to keep a close eye on those for possible tornadoes. There's been a lot of activity today. We've had, I think, north of 15, 16 reports of tornadoes thus far, and so it certainly has been a very busy night, really energetic atmosphere here, Chris, with a strong parent storm, and we expect that this threat is going to be continuing right through the night tonight.
And Carl, just want to take a look right now, give you an idea of some of the timing, and we'll start off with Little Rock. Just give you a rough idea of what the radar may look like through time and when you may expect some of the worst of the weather. Could have a few showers out ahead of the main line, but the main line the next hour or so will be getting very close. Could have, again, still some warnings associated with the line that we currently have now. Could be with us until even around midnight or shortly after in the Little Rock area. As this goes through, it's also going to bring a lot of heavy rain. You kind of get the sense for that. Also, Shreveport is going to be up soon. Going to have that severe thunderstorm warning really close. I think it's really close to the airport right now, so that's on the west side of town. And those storms will continue to march across northwest Louisiana into the central part of the state during the overnight hours tonight. Long way to go before this threat does wind down, so stay with us right here on the Weather Channel.
Some people like to talk into microphones. We prefer dropping them. The MDX Type S, a new era of premium performance.
No one thinks about their hearing until you start losing it. And then you think about it a lot. This doesn't help. And the whole process of getting them, is a royal pain in the ear. If only there was a better way. This is Eargo. Yes, right here. Incredible, right? What's more, you get all the support you need, all from here. Sitting right here.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it takes stunning photos in the dark and helps take annoying items out of pictures or unblurs faces. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones.
The holidays, I love it, love it, love it.
We go all out with the lights.
Food, we live for food.
I love Mama's dumplings.
We go through boxes of Hanukkah candles.
Of course, I like Likamaka for Christmas.
He goes one way and I go the other.
To not have to be an adult for a few hours.
It makes you feel like you're part of something bigger in this huge world.
That, to me, is everything.
Guys, it's time to stop treating your groins like junk. Introducing the new Intimate Pubic Hair Trimmer from Gillette. It's not junk, so treat it right with a gentle and easy shave from America's #1 trusted men's grooming brand. Respect your pubic region with Gillette Intimate.
WeatherTech gift cards have the power to wow everyone on your holiday list, offering a variety of American-made products.
WeatherTech, nice.
Like floor liners, cargo liner, tablet holder, boot tray, cup phone, sink mat, pet feeding system, anti-fatigue comfort mat, and more. Order the WeatherTech gift card instantly for the perfect gift at WeatherTech.com.
Welcome to the pack, where an accident here, some stray fur there, and the occasional surprise are no big deal. With products designed for every stage of pet parenthood, Bissell helps you live in the moment, not the mess. Shop them all at Bissell.com.
I'm Dr. Shannon Klingman, a board-certified OBGYN and the founder of Lumi, the world's first whole-body deodorant that you can use anywhere you have odor but wish you didn't. It's outrageously effective. Check us out and give Lumi a try today. This is beautiful.
You ready, babe?
Can you hear me calling out your name? You know that I'm falling and I don't know what to say. I wanna be with you.
From Bolt to Blazer, Equinox to Silverado, Chevy EVs are for everyone, everywhere.
Welcome back to our ongoing coverage of severe weather. I'm storm specialist Carl Parker, and we are down now to 2 tornado warnings. And let's get right into the radars and show you where the worst of the weather is at this hour. Looking at a tornado warning that is southwest of Little Rock. That is in effect for Clark and Garland and Hot Spring counties going until 9:45. And so we're looking at more of a shear line here than anything else. I think anywhere along that line, there's going to be some potential for a spin up just based on the amount of wind shear that is in the atmosphere. So that coming towards Point Cedar and Lenox and Bismarck and eventually towards Hot Springs as well. Then another tornado warning for Logan, Perry, and Yell counties until 9:30. Here, not seeing, and that just dropped off. We just hit that 9:30, and not a surprise as we're not seeing a lot in the way of rotation there. A line now east of 49 in southwestern Arkansas. Eventually, it's going to make its way towards Little Rock, and there's a warning now for Caddo Parish in Harrison County with a tornado possible tag and also with a threat for 70-mile-per-hour wind. And you can see that now closing in on Shreveport. Sometimes you get a really well-defined area of strong wind showing up on the radar. That's exactly what we're looking at right in there. And that is going to be coming up and into the Shreveport area before very long here, moving into Jonesville, then coming into Blanchard and Benton and towards Cooper Road as well. So there could be some significant straight line wind moving into those areas overnight tonight. A lot of individual cells now in western Arkansas. We'll need to keep our eyes on those. And there's been a lot of activity today. We've had at least 16 reports of tornadoes thus far in Texas and Oklahoma and Arkansas. And it's certainly not over yet. We've got a ways to go here. Very strong parent storm now coming across the southern part of the plains. Plenty of instability lingering here in these areas. You notice that it does drop off by the time you get up into northern parts of Arkansas and southern Missouri. So as storms move up into these areas, they're not going to have enough fuel to really work with. We will see the instability climbing a little farther north, so I expect that there will be enough instability in Little Rock to keep these storms going. And then farther south, you've got more than enough along the Sabine River and also into northwest Louisiana to keep storms very strong and quite a bit of wind shear as well. So it could continue to be very active for some time yet, and watches extend across the region going until midnight tonight, parts of Texas and Louisiana, as well as into western Arkansas. So Chris, thankfully it's not nearly as active as it was even just 90 minutes ago. That's something that we do often see, things tending to settle down a little bit as you get deeper into the night and you lose the heating of the day. At the same time, though, the winds are going to be getting even stronger in the low levels of the atmosphere, so we certainly could still see some tornado warnings.
All right, so we're still watching a lot of areas right now for the development of more storms. Caddo Valley here in Arkansas. No storms here at the moment, but of course, one of the many areas that we are watching on what has been a really unfortunate day here across parts of Texas, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. And now the storm is moving into Louisiana. Still watching you in Arkansas and in Missouri as well, with some of the heavy rain and storms could lead to some more problems here on the roadways. Again, one person was reported killed in Oklahoma, in McCurtain County. Also a lot of damage to homes in Texas, Oklahoma, and we're still watching here, Russellville, Arkansas. Some wet roads as cars are cruising along. You can kind of get the sense of some rooster tails here at the tail lights as the cars are driving away from the camera. A big line of storms from north central Arkansas all the way down to the southwest part of the state. A lot of heavy rain associated with these storms. Here's Hot Springs, Arkansas right now. Not as bad as it was a little bit earlier. There are still several severe thunderstorm warnings, flash flood warnings in Arkansas, and still a tornado warning. A lot of lightning also associated with these storms that we're watching, continuing to develop and remain pretty strong as well. And evidence of what this atmosphere is capable of from earlier in Sulphur Springs, Texas, where there was a lot of reports of damage. Also, this tornado, this video on the ground looks really close to the tornado with all of that debris flying around. And it's hard to tell what type of debris that was. Could be parts of structures, could be parts of vegetation, some grass, some trees. Hard to say for sure, but that is a violent storm tearing across the landscape. And look from the air, some of the unfortunate consequences of these deadly tornadoes. This home, the roof completely, just about completely ripped off. Still tracking those storms. Stay with us. You're watching the Weather Channel.
First came Google, then came Fitbit. What if the two forces joined together to transform the way we live? Again, Fitbit by Google.
Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in and get away. Get 0% APR financing plus 0 payments for 90 days on select vehicles. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
A promise is a trust not to be broken. Whether spoken with an oath or sealed with a pinky. USAA started with a promise to take care of the military community. And 100 years later, that's still our mission. Always.
Olive Garden's never-ending pasta bowl is back, which means the never-ending pasta you crave is back. Starting it with our never-ending first course, well, that's always been here. Never-ending pasta bowl, starting at $13.99 for a limited time.
Not flossing well? Then add the whoa of Listerine to your routine. New science shows it gets in between teeth to destroy 5 times more plaque above the gum line than floss for a cleaner, healthier mouth. Listerine, feel the whoa.
During fire pit season, we don't waste any time at all. When we get back together, it's like we never left. Maybe it's the way a crackling fire in a solo stove makes you feel. Or maybe it's that being together again feels like home. Either way, we know the best memories are made together. Save $10 using promo code TV10 at solostove.com.
Me gustaría pedir algo de comer.
Ah, ok, por supuesto que puedo.
How do you learn Spanish?
I learned with Babbel.
So Babbel, it's kinda like if my teacher is in your phone?
Kind of. And the best part, it's helped me make new friends. Like you.
Language for life. Go to Babbel.com and try it for free.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started. All right. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact. For safe, clear driving visibility, be prepared for whatever Mother Nature throws at you with Trico wiper blades. Available at these retailers.
Welcome back to our ongoing coverage of severe storms. Things are looking a little bit better right now. There are still tornado watches up until midnight Central Time for parts of Texas and Louisiana and Arkansas, but we do not, for the first time in a very long time, have any current tornado warnings. There are several severe thunderstorm warnings to tell you about. One of those in the Shreveport area, threat here for 70-mile-per-hour wind, also a tornado possible tag. That is Caddo Parish and Harrison counties under warning here, and we're looking at that strong wind coming into the Wascom area, and eventually that is going to overtake Shreveport as well as it moves to the northeast. So tracking that forward, that'll get into Bryan and Blanchard and Benton and also Rocky Mountain. All of those areas, some very strong wind, maybe a little spin up developing along the leading edge of that. Garland, Perry, and Saline counties under warning now for possible damaging wind. Another warning to the north of that, including Russellville, that's Conway, Pope, and Van Buren counties, and then yet another severe thunderstorm warning for Baxter and Marion and Searcy counties, that until 10 p.m. Still got a very strong parent system that is now coming through, but as you watch this, I want you to notice the area of upper level low pressure. The center of that was kind of right in that position, and you can see how that has moved. It's moving away towards the northeast, and so, I think some of the upper forcing, some of the lift in the atmosphere is beginning to run away a little bit from this area of strongest storms, and that may reduce the severe threat somewhat. However, you've still got plenty of warm and humid air and instability here across parts of Texas and Louisiana and southwest Arkansas in particular. That is definitely going to be the area to watch going forward. You notice that the instability is definitely more lacking on the northern end of this. So as these storms run up into northern parts of Arkansas and into Missouri, they're going to get away from that instability and really begin to settle down. Also, a lot of wind shear in the atmosphere with our winds coming out of the southeast at the surface and then coming out of the south much more quickly, 40 to 50 miles per hour at about 5,000 feet. So there's a lot of turning of the wind and also a change in wind speed from the surface up to 5,000 feet. That creates spin, and that's the beginning of the process that leads to this tornado threat. So again, tornado watches in parts of Texas, East Texas, just north of Houston, across the Sabine River into Shreveport, and through much of western and central Arkansas going until midnight tonight, and we are going to be here with you until midnight tonight following this severe weather threat. Chris, over to you.
Carl, we do have some new video coming into the Weather Channel right now. This, Powderly, Texas, right along the Oklahoma border.
Oh my goodness! Oh, they're with the antenna! Oh my goodness!
Right, and as we look at this, you hope there's a break in the video because they decided to go in and seek shelter. And then perhaps this is as it was, this is back to the beginning of it. But boy, when you have debris flying around you and that tornado appears to be really close, some scary times, especially knowing what has happened in this part of the country here. Powderly, Texas, just across the border from southeast Oklahoma, and it was there in Oklahoma in the northwest part of McCurtain County where someone was killed by a tornado today. A lot of damage to homes. Several people were trapped in storm shelters for a while as well. So these storms, and there's storms plural, there's been a lot of tornado reports today. and these storms are still ongoing. This right here, up close look at a destructive tornado just tearing apart the land here. In this case, going across a field. And you can imagine what that would do if it went into a structure, and it did. Maybe not this particular one or not this particular time, but there has been reports, and we've seen pictures and video out of Sulphur Springs, Texas. So again, here in Sulphur Springs, up to Powderly, also a lot of tornado warnings earlier in Arkansas. This now. Some of that damage in Sulphur Springs, Texas, from the air. Charles Peak bringing us these shots here with his drone from a little bit earlier. We were looking at the live pictures earlier of that car and that truck. But now what we're seeing is from the air, looking down where there was a roof, now a lot of debris. Hard to say the extent of the damage to the lower floor. There appears to be a one-story home with the roof mostly ripped apart. Fortunately, at this hour, no tornado warnings to tell you about. There are several severe thunderstorm warnings that we are currently watching right now. And we're looking at a lot of lightning associated with all of these storms. And you can see what we're looking at, a severe thunderstorm warning not too far away, including a little bit of downtown Shreveport. Also here southwest of Little Rock and across the central and northern part of Arkansas, also looking right now at some severe thunderstorm warnings. But just to give you an idea of what we're expecting through this evening, there is that threat for some of the stronger storms across most, if not all of Arkansas, from central areas east through Louisiana. Got a ways to go here still in East Texas and into parts of western Mississippi as well. We're tracking the latest warnings for you here on the Weather Channel.
First came Google, then came Fitbit. What if the two forces joined together to transform the way we live? Again, Fitbit by Google.
Technically, when enamel is gone, you cannot get it back, but there are ways you can repair it. I'm excited about Pronamel Repair because it penetrates deep into the tooth to help actively repair acid-weakened enamel. I recommend Pronamel Repair to my patients.
More truck owners are switching to Ram, which means more people behind the grill are switching to Ram.
Can I flip that?
And more people behind the grill. More first leg of the road trips. More uncles who take Thanksgiving football games too seriously. And more people who can't resist telling you that the leaves are changing.
Leaves are changing.
Are switching to Ram.
During the Ram Black Friday sales event, get 0% financing plus $2,000 total bonus cash on the 2022 Ram 1500.
Heart-pounding design, intelligent technology, courageous performance. Discover a new world of possibilities in the all-new Lexus RX. Never lose your edge.
Have you seen my new phone yet? It folds in half.
I would never switch to Samsung. I love my phone.
What? Folds in half.
You see, I love my phone. I would never switch to Samsung.
For too long, spicy fast food has been anything but. No more. Spice Nirvana awaits at Arby's. Just say, I'll have a Diablo sandwich and loaded fries. Arby's, we have the meat.
The future of connectivity is here, where mobile and internet work hand in hand to create one seamless network that works to automatically block threats. Powerful enough to run smart cities, yet made for you. This is Spectrum One. Internet, advanced Wi-Fi, and mobile working together as one. That's seamless connectivity. That's Spectrum One.
So is this stuff really fresh?
Yes. I mean, yeah, we don't have freezers, we don't have microwaves, and we always have fresh stuff coming in. I mean, this is the best guac that you can get.
Fresh is what you stand for.
Definitely.
For every holiday, for everyone. Ritz,
a taste of welcome.
I wasn't expecting this.
My brother Paul created an organization that assists communities after natural disasters. Now my wife and I run the global response team.
Come on in. This is so amazing. Thank you all so much for coming in and doing this for us.
Fast Home Rescue, tomorrow night, 8/7 Central, only on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 64 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, mainly cloudy, low 61, winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Saturday, overcast, high 73, winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, mostly cloudy, low 65, winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to our ongoing coverage of severe weather. We're getting a little bit of a lull right now in terms of the severity of the storms that we've been watching. A lot of activity through the afternoon and early evening. We've had at least 16 reports of tornadoes thus far, some very serious damage as a result of those tornadoes. Right now, there are not any tornado warnings in effect, thankfully, but there are still some strong storms out there. Severe thunderstorm warning for Caddo Parish and Harrison County, and that's the Shreveport area. Tornado possible tag here and a considerable threat tag for the possibility of 70-mile-per-hour wind. That strong wind now closing in on the Shreveport area, moving very rapidly off to the northeast. And so that's going to be into Shreveport, probably very short order, about 20 minutes or so, coming into Greenwood and Benton and also into Rocky Mount as well. And then if you get a little bit closer here, you can see just a little bit of a kink showing up right there. And so you've got to watch those occasionally. When you've got a line coming in like that, you can get little spin-ups developing along the leading edge. Also looking at severe thunderstorm warning in effect here into the Clark, Dallas, Hot Spring County area, Arkadelphia, that is southwest of Little Rock. You see where all this is relative to Little Rock, so heads up, we're going to see some strong storms coming your way before long here. Also Conway, Pope, Van Buren counties under warning, and then warnings here into the northern part of Arkansas and a little farther northward as well. Now, one thing that I think that has happened over the last 12 hours, you see the position of the upper low 12 hours ago, and you see the position of it right now. It has moved definitively towards the northeast, maybe even a little more towards the northeast. And so that's taking the strongest upper forcing along with it. I think it's beginning to get away a little bit from the greatest instability, which certainly is farther south. You see how the instability really runs out by the time you get into northern Arkansas. So that's good that we're seeing some of this decoupling going on, but we've still got very intense storms with plenty of fuel farther south, and we've still got a lot of wind shear in the atmosphere. Winds coming out of different directions at the surface in 5,000 feet. And when that's the case, you've got a lot of spin in the atmosphere. And so any of these storms could rotate at any time. So that's going to continue to be the case. That's why tornado watches are up through parts of Texas, Louisiana, and Arkansas going until midnight tonight. And even with a relative lull right now, Chris, we may yet see some tornado warnings. So we certainly don't want people to let their guard down.
No, we absolutely do not. The threat not completely over just yet. For some, just getting going. And we know going all day today was our storm tracker, Charles Peak, who's been out tracking the storms and then looking at some of the aftermath and providing us some of the live pictures and some of the drone video. That's what we want to look at right now. And Charles is joining us to talk about this as well. Charles, we were looking at the live pictures you were providing earlier of that car and the truck, showing us a glimpse of the damage, but from the air, it's a different perspective. What else can you tell us about the scene we're looking at right now?
Well, I talked to a law enforcement official there, and
it almost looked like there may have been a partial second story to that house, but he wasn't sure. He said, I drove by it a million times, but he just didn't remember because we could see some of the pieces look like maybe a second story. But you can see considerable damage to a well-built brick home there. The vantage point I had earlier, it was just hard to see the upward part and the back part of the house from there, but with the drone, you were able to see a lot more of what that tornado actually did there.
And Charles, it is hard to tell exactly. It looks like a lot of debris. It looks like more debris than what you might expect for just the roof. So you wonder if there was a partial second level.
Yeah, at least for part of the home. You know how some of them, they'll have just part of the home has a second story to it. But, again, I don't know. But needless to say, there was considerable damage to that one that the aerial views, gives us vantage points you just can't see from the ground.
And it's so sad, too, Charles. We look at the drone video here, and you see so much land around this home. It's sad that the tornado would hit the home, and it looks like it just as easily could have gone by it. And it does look like it hit some trees down. Did you see any other damage in the immediate area?
As the tornado was coming through, you saw some trees down and some hay bales that were thrown, that type of stuff. But there was a home literally 100 yards from that one, sort of across the road, and had a couple of limbs down in their front yard, and that's all that happened there. So, as David, the homeowner, said when I walked up and said, is this your home? And he said, well, it used to be. It's the insurance company's now, and had a great spirit about him. But, needless to say, very fortunate that they lived through the ordeal.
All right, thank you for that, Storm Tracker Charles Peak. Got to cut you off here. New tornado warning to tell you about right now in the northern part of Arkansas, and Carl's got a closer look at that right now.
Yeah, this is in far northern Arkansas where we're watching this tornado warning right now. That is for Baxter and Fulton County, getting ready, in fact, to cross the line there, the state line between Arkansas and Missouri. And so you see there is a broad circulation that is not very far away from Mountain Home. Oftentimes we do see rotation in this part of Arkansas. I think that terrain probably playing a role here as well. And so that coming towards Vidette and also towards Leota and towards Amy, a possible tornado moving your way in these areas. We'll have more on this and our complete coverage on severe weather coming up in just a few minutes.
The world used to be unsearchable. Then came Google. Our body's rhythm used to be invisible. Then came Fitbit. What if the two forces joined together? What if you were more in tune with your body and with the world around you? What if Fitbit transformed the way we live? Again, Fitbit by Google.
A Kohler home generator never misses a beat. It automatically powers your entire home in seconds and keeps your family connected. With a heavy-duty commercial-grade engine and no refueling, even when the power goes out, life rocks on. Right now, get a free 10-year extended warranty and up to $750 off.
Among my patients, I often see them have teeth sensitivity as well as gum issues. Does it worry me? Absolutely. Sensodyne sensitivity and gum gives us a dual action effect that really takes care of both our teeth sensitivity as well as our gum issues. There's no question it's something that I would recommend.
Get Black Friday deals now at Target. Plus, score more Black Friday deals all month long. Get low prices and great deals so you can holiday your way. Only at Target.
Some people like to talk into microphones. We prefer dropping them. The MDX Type S, a new era of premium performance.
Dupixent helps you do more with less asthma and can help you breathe better in as little as 2 weeks. Dupixent is an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma that's not for sudden breathing problems. Dupixent can cause allergic reactions that can be severe. Get help right away if you have rash, chest pain, worsening shortness of breath, tingling or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor about new or worsening joint aches and pain or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Ask your specialist about Dupixent.
Walgreens Find Rx coverage is here to make Medicare easy. Even easier than those dances your grandkids love doing with you. Start Medicare shopping today with Walgreens Find Rx coverage. Plus, find low-cost copays. When you need to talk Medicare, Walgreens is here. Walgreens.
Welcome back to our ongoing coverage of severe weather. We are still looking at a serious tornado threat along with the damaging wind and hail threat in parts of Texas and Louisiana and in Arkansas. Let's get right into the warnings. A new tornado warning to tell you about right now, and that is into south central parts of Arkansas, in Hot Springs County, as well as in Dallas and Clark counties, moving towards the northeast south of Arkadelphia. So we're watching that area right there. That is just to the east of Gurdon, and moving northeast rapidly, about 55 miles per hour. So on that trajectory, coming towards Curtis, as well as Delark and Willow and Llano. So again, possible tornado in those areas, moving very rapidly now and towards the northeast. Farther north, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning in Conway and Pope and Van Buren counties. This weather is getting closer and closer to Little Rock. So heads up, we're eventually going to be looking at some strong storms in that area. And another tornado warning now along the Missouri and Arkansas state line. That's Baxter and Fulton counties. A very broad area of rotation there near 412 and moving northward. And so that is going to be moving into Vidette as well as into Henderson and Leota and Lebo. Much farther south, looking at a severe thunderstorm warning in the Shreveport metro area. That is Caddo Parish under warning, looking at the possibility of some 70-mile-per-hour wind. That is just about on top of you in Shreveport, coming into the radar here as well. So that'll be moving in just a few minutes there in Shreveport, just about 9 minutes or so. And then farther south, looking at another warning into East Texas in Tyler County, tornado possible tag here, and severe wind also possible there in Tyler County. And you can see we've got some storms that'll be closing in on Houston later tonight. There is going to be some threat for severe weather, but not as much in the way of lift in the atmosphere. That lift has actually been pushing off the northeast, and I think that's part of why we're seeing less activity relative to what was going on earlier tonight. It's getting a little away from the greatest instability. You see how that's kind of waning here in northern parts of Arkansas, but you've still got quite a bit of instability indicated by yellow and orange and red colors. That means there's more than enough fuel for these storms to keep going for quite some time, and we've also got quite a bit of wind shear in the atmosphere, with winds coming out of different directions from the lowest levels at the surface all the way up to about 5,000 feet. That low level turning of wind and change in wind speed, these winds at 5,000 feet in blue, 40, 50, maybe 60 miles per hour, that is what creates spin in the atmosphere. So when storms are strong enough, they can ingest that spin, begin to rotate. That's the beginning of the process that leads to tornadoes. So tornado watches, in effect, from just north of Houston, across the Sabine River, northwest parts of Louisiana, and much of central and western Arkansas as well. These tornado watches going until midnight tonight. And so, Chris, as we've been saying for a while, we've got a ways to go yet. We're still going to be looking at warnings popping off. Not quite as busy as it was earlier tonight, certainly, but we're going to be looking at an ongoing threat here.
Yeah, and it was even busier earlier this afternoon and evening. We were tracking tornadoes here on the Weather Channel. I want to show you one of those, some video that we saw here into the Weather Channel. Just take a look at this. And you see this video is shot by Connor McCrory, who joins us right now on the phone. Connor, first off, were you as close to this as it appears?
Yeah, there was hardly any phone zoom there. I mean, I think at its closest, which is right about the clip that you just showed, we were probably 200, maybe 300 yards away at most. How did you come upon it? Well, I've been storm chasing for 15 years, so, we've been eyeing today for quite some time. It had obviously all the right ingredients for a big tornado day. And we just went east and followed the storm for a little while until the rotation intensified enough to put ourselves underneath it.
Are you right along a road? Because it kind of looks like you're in the field or like in someone's driveway here. But are you on a highway or a road?
We are actually on a road in that shot, yes.
Okay. Could you get a sense, could you tell what the debris was? Like what's flying through the air here?
Early on, it didn't look like it hit too many structures. I think it was mostly small debris. East Texas has a lot of trees, so I think it was mostly tree debris early, but a little bit later it did start to hit, some sort of buildings. It was pretty apparent there was some larger debris getting lofted. I never got close enough to see if those were homes or barns or what, but, just hopefully everybody's okay. I haven't really heard too much.
Connor, most people are not going to be this close, and I think most people would say, thankfully, not this close to a tornado. What's it like? Is there a feeling, a smell, a sound that doesn't really get picked up on two-dimensional video?
I would say all of the above. I've always said that, an up-close tornado intercept like that, it just completely maxes out all of your senses. I mean, it's really hard for the brain to process, especially the first few times. Yeah, I mean, the sound, it's just a totally different environment, like not any one sense, just all of them.
And you said you've been doing this, 15 years?
15 years, that's right, since I was in high school.
So take us through the day today. How did the day play out for you? Is there anything that surprised you about the way today played out?
I actually think today was a really good example of like a spot-on forecast that was seen coming for quite some time. Like I said, the ingredients were all there, and it really does seem to have reached its potential as far as tornado outbreak potential goes. And unfortunately, I know there have been some more devastating tornadoes up in far northeast Texas, southeast Oklahoma tonight. As far as the day-to-day goes, again, it's a lot of forecasting. 90% of storm chasing is sitting behind a screen or sitting behind the wheel of a car. And, our forecasts are getting better and better, fortunately. So a day like this wasn't too hard to see coming and to execute on.
And Connor, you and a lot of the storm trackers that are out there do provide a valuable service for the National Weather Service, helping to confirm what they may be seeing on the radar, the clues that there may be a tornado in progress. You're able to confirm that. You're also, I imagine, sometimes the first, I know storm trackers are sometimes the first on the scene to help people out. Aside from this, what else have you seen today?
Today, I was fortunate. Like I said, that tornado, towards the end of its life cycle, it may have hit some man-made structures, but I was a little farther away from it then, so I was fortunate not to really come across much damage today from that tornado or any other tornadoes, That tornado happened pretty close to dark, and it took us a while just to get back where we had some cell service after that, and we ended up calling off the chase right around dark. Sometimes we'll keep chasing after dark, just depending on how things line up. But in the woods in East Texas into southeast Oklahoma, with an early sunset like tonight, with potentially violent tornadoes moving through those regions, it just wasn't really something that I was trying to deal with personally.
Connor, is there anything else you'd like to add, or is there anything that you want people to know?
Again, I just think this was a wonderful example of the forecasting process working. It was well broadcast that there was going to be significant tornado potential today. I hope that people, took the warning seriously. I hope that we don't find out that there was any loss of life. Just, guys, you got to take you have to take tornadoes seriously, and I'm glad that it seems like people are really learning to do that, especially with the proliferation of videos like these on social media and elsewhere.
All right, Connor McCrory, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it and your efforts out there. And please, of course, stay safe. And do you have another view of the same tornado from a different vantage point here? And you get a sense, though, similar looking debris, similar looking funnel, different angle, not as close. And so you see a little bit higher up on the violent storm as well. And just really a thick kind of almost, Carl, almost like a muscular looking, right? It's our dense kind of funnel there as we were seeing. Does anything stand out to you after listening to Connor?
Well, certainly, it's a remarkable experience to be in the presence of that kind of power. I mean, you think about, life in general and how often you come into contact with that level of force and power. It's not often. I mean, if you're a chaser, it happens more than it would for most people. But I'm sure it's a very humbling experience, to be around something like that, to just see, how powerful nature can be. And I thought he made a really good point. I think that it's absolutely true that we do have a better handle on where these storms are occurring. I mean, it's rare that we see storms of this magnitude, and we didn't have some heads up about a general region being affected, certainly, and even a more specific area being affected in the shorter term. And so, I think we can all be thankful for that. But, that's definitely among the risks that we see in the middle of this country, more so than just about any other part of the world. It's a conspiracy of geography, having the Gulf of Mexico along with, Canada and cooler air coming down there. And then the Rockies, which gives us the cap, which, suppresses thunderstorms oftentimes until they finally bust out into the atmosphere.
It is a real unique setup, unfortunately, for some of the more violent weather you're going to see in the world.
Absolutely. And we are not out of the woods yet. We do have a new tornado watch to tell you about, just coming out from the Storm Prediction Center. So it extends basically the tornado watch to the east, going until 4 o'clock in the morning for parts of Texas and Louisiana and also in Arkansas. So this is just north of I-10 and Lake Charles here, coming up across 49, Alexandria, getting into Monroe as well, and then just up to the Mississippi River in Greenville, through much of central and eastern parts of Arkansas, and just outside of Jonesboro. Again, a tornado watch going until 4 o'clock in the morning. There is one tornado warning to tell you about right now, that in the Arkadelphia area, Clark, Dallas, and Hot Spring. And there you see the rotation, which is just to the southeast of Arkadelphia. I'm going to go back several frames here, try to get a sense of the vector. It looks like it's maybe a little bit more towards the northeast. And let's take a look at what might be downstream there. So taking that forward, that perhaps coming towards Brown Springs and also towards Joan and towards Harp. So possible tornado coming your way in those areas. Farther northwest, severe thunderstorm warning in effect in Conway and Pope and Van Buren counties going until 10:15. Got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings at northern Arkansas, southern parts of Missouri. And then down into East Texas, a warning in Tyler County, tornado possible tag. And then we've got a line of storms coming towards Houston, but not particularly vigorous at this time. What we've been watching is this very strong upper level feature here, characteristic of our second severe season, when we start to see a lot of clash between cold and warm and this vigorous storm lifting up to the northeast. So taking some of the upper forcing with it as it moves out to the northeast, but we've still got enough in place and plenty of instability here. You can think of this as the fuel for thunderstorms coming up from the Gulf of Mexico. Plenty of that actually coming in really more from the southeast like that. And so we've got storms that are still very, very strong across parts of Louisiana and Arkansas, and a lot of wind shear continuing at this hour. Winds coming out of different directions from the surface to 5,000 feet, and that's a big part of what drives that tornado threat in parts of Arkansas, Louisiana, and Texas tonight. Chris, over to you.
All right, Carl, and you mentioned into tonight. Just a reminder that obvious it's dark outside, right? Yep. And I just point the obvious out because it just makes weather that much more dangerous when we're talking about this type of weather. You can't see the tornadoes. Also flooding. These storms are packing a huge punch. There's a lot of lightning. These are intense storms, and there's going to be some very heavy rain. There's already been several flash flood warnings. It's possible there's going to be more flash flooding in these areas here in green. It goes right along with where some of the stronger storms are going to be. So keep that in mind if you have to be up first thing in the morning, meaning like pre-dawn hours. It's really tough to see the flooded road. So let's take a look now at some of the timing for this, and first start off with the wide view, give you a sense from East Texas all the way through northern and central Louisiana, eastern, and then eventually into eastern Arkansas, then into Mississippi and western Tennessee. And as we take a look at a closer look here at Little Rock, just a matter of time now before the worst of the weather comes through, and then by around midnight or so should be on the back edge of this, or on the back side of this, as the heaviest rain of the rain and strongest of the winds should be off to the east. But it's going to take a little while before the rain completely comes to an end. And then here we are now. And we have been seeing the storms moving into northwest Louisiana, Shreveport, Bossier City area, down to Natchitoches. And then as the evening turns into the overnight hours, central Louisiana, Alexandria, eventually Lake Charles around 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, continuing through Baton Rouge before daybreak or right around daybreak. So these are the areas where more severe weather is possible. And as that line goes through, we can start to shave off the back edge of this, but there is still a lot of land here that these storms eventually are going to be rumbling over. So make sure you stay safe. Make sure you have a way to get warnings, because we are expecting more, and we're going to bring those to you here on the Weather Channel.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it takes stunning photos in the dark and helps take annoying items out of pictures or unblurs faces. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones.
Among my patients, I often see them have teeth sensitivity as well as gum issues. Does it worry me? Absolutely. Sensodyne sensitivity and gum gives us a dual action effect that really takes care of both our teeth sensitivity as well as our gum issues. There's no question it's something that I would recommend.
The holidays, I love it, love it, love it.
We go all out with the lights.
Food, we live for food. I love Mama's dumplings.
We go through boxes of Hanukkah candles.
Of course, smell like likamaka for Christmas.
He goes one way and I go the other.
To not have to be an adult for a few hours.
It makes you feel like you're part of something bigger in this huge world.
That, to me, is everything.
Trying to catch me right.
They see me rolling, they hating, patrolling and
a 30-day money-back guarantee. That's car buying reimagined, only from CarMax.
Think Dad's searching doggy diet plans for Josie? No, he's switching his choice cashback category to home improvement, so he earns more on a new doggy door, extra large.
With the Bank of America customized cash rewards card, you just can't stop getting rewarded.
I think we went too high.
Kia, movement that inspires.
I'm Javi. I'm 31 and I'm a fitness instructor. I saw myself in a photograph and we were all smiling and I looked closer and I was like, that's what everybody sees? I'm back and I got Botox Cosmetic. The lines were so prominent, it's all I saw in the photograph. So now when I take photos and I see myself in photos, it's me. I just have fewer lines.
Botox Cosmetic is FDA approved to temporarily make frown lines, crow's feet, and forehead lines look better. The effects of Botox Cosmetic may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness may be a sign of a life-threatening condition. Do not receive Botox Cosmetic if you have a skin infection. Side effects may include allergic reactions, injection site pain, headache, eyebrow, eyelid drooping, and eyelid swelling. Tell your doctor about your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects. See for yourself at BotoxCosmetic.com.
I'm Mike Corey.
The cocktail of excitement and terror.
Let's go on an uncharted adventure.
The Times says Lee Zeldin's crime plans don't stand up to scrutiny and won't improve safety. Zeldin would overturn our laws that keep guns out of dangerous hands and allow more concealed weapons in our subways and schools. Governor Kathy Hochul, she passed some of the toughest gun laws in America and strengthened bail laws to keep repeat offenders off our streets.
You deserve to feel safe. And as your governor, I won't stop working until you do.
All hands on deck. Bravo's newest Below Deck is heading into uncharted waters with 5-star service.
Best chef I've ever had.
5-star drama.
We'll have an engine failure.
And 5-star adventure.
You only live once, right?
Set your DVR for an all-new Below Deck adventure every Tuesday night at 9 on Bravo.
Brought to you by your Tri-State BMW Centers. Visit us at bmwcenters.com.
Currently in our area, 64 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy this evening, then becoming cloudy after midnight. Low 61. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Saturday, considerable cloudiness. High 72. Winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Low 65. Winds south at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the detail.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Go to streamtwc.com to start your free 7-day trial.
Welcome back to our ongoing coverage of severe weather. You're looking at live pictures of Texarkana right now, where we had a fierce line of storms coming through. Actually, this is Caddo Valley in Arkansas, and we're looking at an ongoing threat for tornadoes tonight. Of course, tornadoes are extremely dangerous overnight. They're far more deadly in the overnight hours, and there is now a new tornado watch that extends until 4 o'clock in the morning, that for parts of Arkansas, Texas, and also Louisiana. So we expect the atmosphere is going to be very energetic for quite some time yet, and we hope that you will stay on your toes. We're going to be with you live here until at least midnight Central Time, maybe beyond if conditions warrant. And look at the new tornado watches that are out from the Storm Prediction Center right now. And again, there have been extensions farther to the east. And so you see the one area here, including parts of Louisiana and eastern Texas, that is until 4 o'clock in the morning. So that includes Jasper across the Sabine River, just north of Lake Charles, on either side of 49 there, Alexandria, and then up across I-20 and into Monroe as well. Then another part of that extension into eastern Arkansas, right up to the Mississippi River, into Greenville, and then just outside of Jonesboro. And so in these areas, we may yet see additional tornado warnings. Now, right now, there's only one tornado warning, but we've seen certainly not as much in the way of frequency of the warnings, but it was still a lot of wind shear here. There's still conditions that are very favorable for rotating storms. Clark, Dallas, Hot Spring counties under warning right now for a possible tornado. We've actually got a couple of areas of broader rotation. One is right in there. I think you could make the case that we've got another area right in there. So let's just go ahead and track those both forward. One of those coming up towards the Gifford area, and then the one to the south moving up towards Willow and Lono, and also into Lenham. So possible tornadoes in those areas moving towards the northeast. Now we'll take you up into Little Rock, and we do now have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Little Rock. Perry, Pulaski, Saline counties under warning until 11 p.m. Looking at the possibility of damaging wind here. It's moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Could be some 60-mile-per-hour wind and also quarter-size hail. And let's get a look at the velocity data. You see that line right there? That's the leading edge of that strong wind. And so I'm going to track that whole line forward, and we'll see exactly where that's going to be headed in the next few minutes. That'll be coming into Little Rock most likely in, looks like about 40 minutes, a little bit less than that. Towards the top of the hour is when we're going to see that strong wind coming into Little Rock, but more immediately moving into Y, into Conway, and also into Benton at about 10:40. Also want you to note here that we've got a little curlicue that has developed along the leading edge right there, and that's a fairly common thing when you've got a lot of wind shear in the atmosphere for there to be these brief spin-ups, and so we certainly can't rule out tornado potential in that area. Also, a warning to the north of that. That is for Cleburne and Stone in Van Buren counties, and then we've got a couple of warnings here, severe thunderstorm warnings up into the state line, Arkansas, Missouri state line, Fulton County under warning, then Howell County tornado possible tag. There's a broader circulation that is sitting right in there, and then a warning just to the east of that. That for Oregon County, and that going until 11:15 Central Time. Then I'm going to jump back down into East Texas, Tyler County under warning right now. These cells are actually looking a little bit more interesting in the eastern part of the state. They're starting to get a little bit more worrisome there. And then you've got a line of storms that's being undercut by the front coming towards the Houston area. So it does not at this time appear that we've got a real serious threat in the Houston area, although you've got some cells that are just beginning to flare up out ahead of that line. And so we'll certainly want to keep a close eye on those. Chris, over to you.
And Carl, of course, with that threat that we're currently watching, you get a little bit more credence to it, seeing what's already happened, right? This afternoon into the evening hours, several reports of tornadoes, hail, damaging winds. And that's what you're looking at here. These all these red circles here, or the red, discs, if you will. Those are tornado reports, some damage reports, hail reports, wind reports, and some of these specific reports in and around the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Some winds are at 63 miles an hour there in Grapevine. Gusts at times with power poles down around 54 miles an hour. A bit farther here to the east. Again, we've been seeing some of that video out of Sulphur Springs. At Sulphur Springs, there were several reports of a tornado. And of course, we've seen the video, and we'll continue to show you that video and any new video we get in here to the Weather Channel. And then, boy, hail, golf ball size hail being reported as well to the northeast of Dallas, and social media reporting seeing images of an 18-wheeler overturned. That was on US 75, and a lot of tornado reports going into Oklahoma as well. And unfortunately, in McCurtain County, one person did die from damage or from a tornado. That was reported there from emergency management. So again, a dangerous and deadly night.
First came Google. Then came Fitbit. What if the two forces joined together to transform the way we live? Again, Fitbit by Google.
A thin painted line. The only thing between between you and a life-changing accident. But are these lines enough? A Subaru with eyesight watches the lines for any danger and can automatically stop itself.
Is everyone okay? I'm okay.
Your family is safer in a 3-row Subaru Ascent. Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
But all you got was ham? And all you got was turkey?
With gravy.
That's an all-you-can-eat holiday buffet. A smorgasbord of all you want, all you need. Did I sit at the wrong table?
On October the 4th, my daughter was diagnosed with a rare malignant rhabdoid tumor on the spine. We had been going to doctors here in Louisiana for about 3 weeks prior, and then we got sent to Shreveport and they did a scan and found out it was a tumor, and they sent us straight to St. Jude. When I received the diagnosis with my daughter, my hope was gone. But when you get there, everyone's like, hey, we've got your back. We're not gonna give up. And when you see other people not giving up on your child, that makes all the difference in the world. When we first made it to St. Jude, my baby couldn't sit up on her own at all. The tumor had pressed up against her spine to the point where it basically paralyzed her. She couldn't feel her feet or anything like that. She went literally 5-6 months without walking. And just to see her start to make those steps after treatment, take your time, one step at a time.
Take my time. Take my time.
Good job, baby.
I'll rise like the day. I'll rise up. I'll rise unafraid. I'll rise up. And I'll do it 1,000 times again.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital works day after day to find cures and save the lives of children with cancer and other life-threatening diseases. For just $19 a month, you'll help us continue the life-saving research and treatment these kids need. Join with your debit or credit card right now, and we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt that you can proudly wear to show your support.
I thank them so much for even coming up with the regimen and everything like that, because it worked. They saved my baby's life.
A Kohler home generator never misses a beat. It automatically powers your entire home in seconds and keeps your family connected. With a heavy-duty commercial-grade engine and no refueling, even when the power goes out, life rocks on. Right now, get a free 10-year extended warranty and up to $750 off.
Welcome back to our ongoing coverage of severe weather, and you were looking at some new video from our affiliate KXAS-TV. This is damage in Sulphur Springs, Texas, in the northeast part of the state, and we saw a violent tornado. A lot of different videos of this tornado coming across Sulphur Spring earlier this evening, and you can see really significant damage to some homes there and certainly to trees in the region. It's just been a very scary afternoon and early evening in the region, and unfortunately it is not over yet. Tornado watches extending until 4 o'clock in the morning now in parts of Texas and Louisiana, and also into eastern Arkansas. And welcome back to our ongoing coverage of severe weather. There you see the new tornado watch that has been issued by the Storm Prediction Center across the Sabine River into Alexandria and Monroe, and then also up into eastern Arkansas, right up to the Mississippi River and not far away from Jonesboro. Looking at the warnings right now, there are several severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. No tornado warnings right at this time. Severe thunderstorm warning for Caddo, DeSoto, and Red River parishes here south of Shreveport. Could be some very strong wind there. Another warning for Dallas and Grant and Hot Spring counties, tornado possible tag. We're looking at a large bow echo here. You see that big circular shape right in there, a little bit of a calm ahead, and so along the leading edge of that certainly could be some strong wind, and that is eventually going to make its way up into the Pine Bluff area, more immediately coming into Shaw and Sheridan and East End with some strong wind and possibly some large hail. Also, a warning for Perry, Pulaski, Saline counties, and that does include Little Rock. And as we look at the velocity data, we can see the leading edge of that strong wind showing up right in there. And so that'll come into Little Rock probably in about 30 minutes or so, maybe a little bit less than that. Get ready for some 60-mile-per-hour wind, possibly some 1-inch hail as that storm comes through. Another severe warning in the northern part of the state, Cleburne, Stone, and Van Buren counties under warning until 11 p.m. And then back down into East Texas. No warnings here right now, but these cells are looking more interesting by the minute. And in fact, when we look at the lightning, you can see that there's more lightning being produced by these cells. And so in this environment where you've got a lot of shear and where we've got plenty of instability, there's no shortage of that across parts of southeast Texas and Louisiana. Certainly I'd be concerned about the possibility of some tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings on either side of the Sabine River here over the next several hours. Chris, over to you.
All right, Carl, we do have some video I want to show you right now. I believe some live pictures coming in right now from Storm Tracker Brett Adair. He is in New Boston, Texas right now, and I believe he just showed up to some damage, and it's a little tough to make out, but you can see there, if you look closely, appears to be a structure or something. It's hard to say exactly, but a reminder here that we're still trying to assess the full scope of all of the damage, and storm trackers are a big part of that, initially giving us an idea of the extent of what the storms have done after they have passed, and storms that we are still tracking and will be watching into the evening hours. So we're going to do our best to talk to Brett if we can here in just a little bit, but also want to get you caught up with the areas that we're watching and different threats that still exist for this evening. And what we see right now is that threat does still continue overnight tonight into Mississippi, but in the near term still in East Texas, in Arkansas, Louisiana. Not as much back here now, but really looking in this direction for severe weather with multiple threats. Of course, the big one we've been watching today, unfortunately, the destructive one, has been that tornado threat with Torcon still around 7, and that's now more over into this area. Again, the bigger the number, the bigger the threat. Still a possibility, Alexandria over to Baton Rouge, you're at that 3 and the 2. Not the biggest of numbers, but still a number. It's still possible. And the timing for this is really early morning hours, maybe 3 to 6 o'clock, maybe even a little bit after here in the morning. And then just the damaging winds themselves. We've seen wind reports 50 to more than 60 miles an hour. And of course, that can bring down branches, sometimes trees. And then there is the very heavy rain that's coming with these storms. Flash flooding, especially if you're trying to get out before the sun comes up. It's difficult sometimes to see just the extent of flooding, or what looks like a wet road could be a flooded road. So keep that in mind. And here's a look at the timing for this. The storms continue to progress. Here's 1 o'clock in the morning. The darker red, the heavier rain, the stronger storms. Here's now 8 o'clock. New Orleans could have some pretty big storms rumbling through. The latest on the warnings coming up after this.
More truck owners are switching to Ram, which means more people behind the grill are switching to Ram.
Can you flip that?
And more people behind the grill. More first leg of the road trips. More uncles who take Thanksgiving football games too seriously. And more people who can't resist telling you that the leaves are changing.
Leaves are changing.
Are switching to Ram.
During the Ram Black Friday sales event, get 0% financing plus $2,000 total bonus cash on the 2022 Ram 1500.
Right here, right now.
Clumping litter? Salmon pate? We have enough to splurge on catnip toys. I feel so accomplished. Pet me, please.
Great prices, happy pets. Chewy.
Wish your car's air freshener didn't start so strong and then fade too soon? Try Febreze car vent clips. Unlike other fresheners, Febreze releases a consistent amount of scent day after day for 40 days. Won't overwhelm, won't fade away. Febreze car. Love it or get your money back.
Buying a home? Rocket Mortgage will cover 1% of your rate for the first year at no cost to you with Inflation Buster. Plus, if rates drop within 3 years of purchase, you can refinance with exclusive savings with Rate Drop Advantage. Visit inflationbuster.com to get started.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it takes stunning photos in the dark and helps take annoying items out of pictures or unblurs faces. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones.
How did Kellogg's combine crunchy oat clusters with a touch of honey, plump, juicy raisins, and tasty fiber into one delicious cereal? It took a lot of brainstorming. Get it? Kellogg's Raisin Bran Crunch. 2 scoops of delicious.
What happens to your body language when you use Dove Dry Spray? It shows. Try Dove Dry Spray. Our weightless formula with 1/4 moisturizers is effective and kind to skin, leaving you feeling instantly dry and confident.
Wants burgers.
Ooh, it's the DQ Signature Stack Burgers menu. That is 5 tasty burgers right there. There goes a spicy flamethrower and loaded A1 Signature Stack Burgers.
Go, Mom?
You're still the cool mom.
Thank you.
DQ, happy tastes good.
You're watching the Weather Channel. We're seeing new pictures of some more damage here. This is a live look here, New Boston, and we're seeing what appears to be parts of a building that have been damaged, heavily damaged. A tree or a part of a tree that has been snapped, and off to the right there. Also, what we're seeing, I believe it appears right in the center of your screen. That looks like a home. I don't know what's on the right. Maybe an outbuilding. It's hard to say, or a garage. But that's really, even if it wasn't dark and it was perfectly, daylight, sometimes it's just really difficult to make sense of what you're seeing when tornadoes and strong storms come through. Could see some considerable damage. And again, this is just another example of what has been a destructive and unfortunately a deadly day today with the storms. Again, Brett Adair providing these pictures from New Boston, Texas. There have been several reports of tornadoes, a lot of damaging winds, very strong winds, even some large hail across parts of the southern plains, as we are still tracking storms right now. And for the latest on that, where the storms are right now and where we could see more damage from some of these storms, I want to head over to storm specialist Carl Parker.
Chris, I want to tell you about a new tornado warning that has just come out, and this is southwest of Little Rock. So this is Grant and Hot Spring and Saline counties under warning until 11:30 Central Time. This is a radar-indicated tornado warning, and again, just southwest of Little Rock. So let's zoom in and get a better look at what's going on with this storm. And so we see actually a pretty tight circulation. In fact, I think you could actually call that a tornado vortex signature. That teeny little area right there. Let's see if there's any debris showing up. Not seeing any debris, but that is a very tight circulation that is now just southwest of Fenter. So that could very well be a tornado. When they're small and tight like that, that's usually a pretty good indication that we've got a tornado. So that is going to be passing, looks like just southeast of Gifford here in the next right about now, and then coming into Fenter, or maybe just northwest of Fenter at 1044. Then moving to Shaw beyond that, and then towards Bryant beyond that at about 11:01. But again, this is pretty impressive looking on the radar. I'm going to zoom in even a little bit more. It's a very tiny little area. It's just 2 pixels right there, coming up into areas just southwest of Gifford. And once again, let's look and see if there's any evidence of debris. Not seeing anything showing up there, but that could very well be a developing tornado. So heads up on that. Looking at the larger picture right now, we've got a string of warnings from northern Louisiana through Arkansas and into Missouri. There you see a severe thunderstorm warning for Caddo, DeSoto, and Red River parishes until 11:15. Another severe warning here for Bienville, Claiborne, and Webster parishes until 11:30. There again, the tornado warning we talked about moments ago, Grant and Hot Spring and Saline counties until 11:30. And there's also a severe thunderstorm warning farther south for that line, which is eventually going to come towards 5:30 and towards Pine Bluff. Once again, closer look at the radar here, and I'm not seeing as much evidence of the tornado as, that looked like it might have been rather fleeting. So right there, we saw a tight little circulation. Now, very next frame in the velocity data, it's not as tight, but there is still something there. And so again, tracking that forward, that's going to be coming towards Traskwood and Shaw. I'm going to move this down just a little bit. Fenter as well, most likely. Actually, let me just go ahead and redraw that. And so that'll pass probably just northwest of Fenter and then come towards Tull and Shaw and Bauxite in the longer term if it does indeed hold together. Then farther north, there's a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the Little Rock area. And that severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for, let's see if I can get it to grab that, Perry and Pulaski and Saline counties. And so here we're looking at some strong wind that is showing up just west of Little Rock, closing in rapidly right now. It's coming into Conway very quickly, moving towards Benton as well. So that should be into Little Rock in about 20 minutes or so. Near the top of the hour is when we expect that strong wind to come into Little Rock. Then farther north, severe thunderstorm warning in effect here in the northern part of the state, Cleburne, Stone, and Van Buren counties. And finally, storms are getting a little more interesting now up towards the Piney Woods and the northeast side of the Houston metro area. There are no warnings here right now, but certainly we want to keep our eyes on this area, Chris. Tornado watch in effect from Jasper, Texas, across the Sabine River into Louisiana, going until 4 o'clock in the morning.
All right. Of course, we've already seen some of the destruction, some of the damage that these storms have produced already this afternoon, evening, and now into the nighttime hours. A lot of reports of tornadoes. That's all the red you see, all these red discs. These are all tornado reports. The broken tree, these are damage reports you see there in Texarkana. These little clusters here in the northeast part of Texas and into southeast Oklahoma, where the storms have turned deadly, and then here in northwest Arkansas as well. So a closer look at some of these storms. One injury reported that's in the air that may have been the fatality. There's been 18 reports so far of tornadoes in Dallas to the east here, Sulphur Springs, several reports of tornadoes. Also, talk about all the different types of hazards, the different threats, tornadoes, damaging winds, the possibility for some flooding, and then, of course, large hail, golf ball size hail being reported in some locations. Reporting a house destroyed here, an injury in McCurtain County. Again, that's where there was a fatality. Widespread structural damage as well. So from Texas to Oklahoma, Arkansas, next up, Louisiana.
Do you believe in magic? In a young girl's heart, how the music can free her whenever it starts, and it's magic. Do you believe in magic?
There's a different way to treat HIV. It's every other month injectable Cabenuva. For adults who are undetectable, Cabenuva is the only complete long-acting HIV treatment you can get every other month.
Cabenuva helps keep me undetectable. It's 2 injections given by my healthcare provider every other month.
It's one less thing to think about while traveling.
HIV pills aren't on my mind. A quick change in my plans is no big deal.
Don't receive Cabenuva if you're allergic to its ingredients or if you're taking certain medicines which may interact with Cabenuva. Serious side effects include allergic reactions, post-injection reactions, liver problems, and depression. If you have a rash and other allergic reaction symptoms, stop Cabenuva and get medical help right away. Tell your doctor if you have liver problems or mental health concerns, and if you are pregnant, breastfeeding, or considering pregnancy. Some of the most common side effects include injection site reactions, fever, and tiredness. If you switch to Cabenuva, attend all treatment appointments.
Every other month, and I'm good to go.
Ask your doctor about every other month Cabenuva.
But all you got was ham? And all you got was turkey?
With gravy.
That's an all-you-can-eat holiday buffet. A smorgasbord of all you want, all you need. Did I sit at the wrong table?
Did you know Google makes a phone? Don't be fooled by the outside, though. Sure, it's beautiful, but its real power is inside, where it does things other phones can't do, which is how it takes stunning photos in the dark, and why it can edit annoying items out of pictures, or shoot extreme close-ups and unblur faces. Why, it'll even put some of that genius in your ears, or on your wrist. Beautifully, of course. Introducing the new Google Pixel Watch, Google Pixel Buds Pro, and our newest Google Pixel phones.
At Spectrum, we're always working to improve your customer experience. We've designed the free My Spectrum app to make all of your services, including Spectrum Mobile, more convenient to manage. Easily check your account statement, get support or troubleshoot equipment, even change your mobile plan. And if you have advanced Wi-Fi, use the My Spectrum app to manage user settings and monitor your network security. Download the free My Spectrum app today. Visit spectrum.net to find out more.
So is this stuff really fresh?
Yes. I mean, yeah, we don't have freezers, we don't have microwaves, and we always have fresh stuff coming in. I mean, this is the best guac that you can get.
Fresh is what you stand for.
Definitely.
For every holiday, for everyone. Ritz, a taste of welcome.
The United Nations Climate Change Conference. Watch the Weather Channel for COP27 updates throughout the day, or dive even deeper on the Pattern Channel with comprehensive coverage and a daily recap at 8 Eastern. COP27. Get complete coverage starting Monday on the Weather Channel and Pattern.
Currently in our area, 64 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy this evening, then becoming cloudy after midnight. Low 61. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Saturday, considerable cloudiness. High 72. Winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Low 65. Winds south at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to our coverage of severe weather. You were looking at a live shot of Malvern in Arkansas. We've got a serious threat for severe weather across the state tonight. Tornado watches in the western part of the state going until midnight, and then in the eastern part of the state going until 4 o'clock in the morning Central Time. And there is currently a tornado warning that is near Little Rock, that for Grant and Hot Spring and Saline counties going until 11:30. Let's begin with a look at that tornado warning. And so in the velocity data here, I'm not seeing as much evidence of rotation. There's sort of a broader area near Fenter right now. And so we'll just track that forward and see where that's going to be headed. That coming up towards Shaw and towards Tull as well, but not nearly as well formed as it was just a little while ago. In fact, we'll go back several frames. I think right in there, that may actually have been a brief tornado. See that tiny little area, just a couple of pixels tornadoes right there. Might have been a very quick spin up there. In successive frames here, we're seeing a much more amorphous area of spin. There is something there, but not nearly as well defined as it was earlier. Broader picture, that is the only current tornado warning. There are several severe thunderstorm warnings that are now in effect. One of those into northwestern Louisiana, Caddo and DeSoto and Red River parishes under warning until 11:15. Also warning a little farther to the east, north I should say, Bienville and Claiborne and Webster parishes under warning until 11:15. There again, the tornado warning that is southwest of Little Rock. Also, though, there are severe thunderstorm warnings, and there's another look at that area of rotation that is near Fenter right now, coming up towards Tull and coming up towards Shaw as well. I'll track that one more time. There you go, moving into Tull in just about a minute or so, and then coming into Shaw at about 10:56. Then a little farther north, there is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the Little Rock area, and we see the strong wind actually approaching pretty rapidly now. It's going to be moving in just a few minutes. This area right there is the leading edge. That green line there is the leading edge of the strong wind, and that should be coming into Little Rock in just a few minutes. So expect a 60-mile-per-hour wind potentially, and also 1-inch hail. And then finally, we got a warning here in Cleburne and Stone and Van Buren counties in the northern part of the state. So, Chris, as promised, things settled a little bit, certainly as compared to what we saw earlier, but still a lot going on out there.
Yeah, a lot we got to watch for sure. Not completely done yet. In fact, it's going to go, it looks like, even into the morning hours with multiple threats ongoing. So we want to pick it up right now with that threat for some flooding with these storms. We're going to get to some of the timing as well. So here's a look at the flash flood threat through tomorrow morning. And look at the extent of this. There's already been a lot of flash flood warnings across parts of Arkansas and Oklahoma. Now, as this whole line moves in this direction, there'll continue to be at least the chance for more flash flooding, in addition to the damaging winds, also the potential for more tornadoes, more straight line winds, and even some large hail. So through time here, the darker red, even the purple in there, will be some of the stronger storms. That includes throughout East Texas. Here's midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, Houston, eventually Galveston, getting into central Louisiana, eastern Arkansas, and then eventually Memphis by about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. These storms will go across the rest of Louisiana, and by daybreak pushing through Mississippi before this starts to kind of stretch it out and weaken as it continues to move to the east. Closer look now at the timing. Again, we're looking at the severe weather around Little Rock right now. That continues to move east along Interstate 40, north, south, and over the interstate here during the next few hours. And the overnight by 1 or 2, most of the heaviest of rain should be out of Little Rock, but still could be a little bit of light rain. You could have some flash flooding also left over as well. So now a closer look at Louisiana. Some storms, still expecting some strong storms there. Threat for tornadoes as well. And then through the central part of Louisiana during the after midnight hours, pre-dawn hours between Alexandria and Baton Rouge over to Lake Charles. Here's 5 o'clock in the morning, eventually into around 6 as well. So again, that threat for severe weather does extend into Mississippi by tomorrow morning. And again, that tornado threat is still very real tonight. Carl?
Well, Chris, I want to tell you about a new tornado warning that is in effect in northwestern Louisiana. So that is Bienville, Lincoln, and Webster parishes under warning until 11:50. And we'll look at the velocity data. So we're seeing some hints of rotation right there. That is going to be coming towards Ringgold here, moving east, and towards Bienville as well. Ringgold coming up here in just the next few minutes, then moving into Sparta at about 11:10, Bienville at 11:16. 11:18 and Walsh at 11:19. A possible tornado moving into those areas. Farther north, we're looking at also some strong storms in central Arkansas and an ongoing tornado warning in Grant and Saline counties south of Little Rock. And so there's sort of an elongated area of rotation there. It's not nearly as well formed as it once was. So I don't think we're looking at as much of a threat there, but some strong wind now coming into Little Rock. It's going to be moving in just a matter of a few minutes. 60-mile-per-hour wind on the way.
Some people like to talk into microphones. We prefer dropping them. The MDX Type S, a new era of premium performance.
This is beautiful. You ready, babe?
Can you hear me calling out your name? You know that I'm falling and I don't know what to say. I wanna be with you.
From Bolt to Blazer, Equinox to Silverado, Chevy EVs are for everyone, everywhere.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it takes stunning photos in the dark and helps take annoying items out of pictures or unblurs faces. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones.
When you order from Domino's, you can get more than just pizza for $6.99. You can get specialty chicken, savory pastas, oven-baked Parmesan bread bites, molten lava crunch cakes, and medium 2-topping pizzas as well. We didn't stop at pizza, and you don't have to either.
Where can you go for the latest must-haves? And every season's nice-to-haves? Where can you get that perfect gift for dad? And hot cocoa mustaches for the kids? Where can you lose track of time all while saving time at the same time? Lowe's, actually. It's the best place to get everything you need for the holidays.
I recommend Nature Made vitamins because I trust their quality. They were the first to be verified by USP, an independent organization that sets strict quality and purity standards. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too, by asking your healthcare provider if an oral treatment is right for you. Oral treatments can be taken at home and must be taken within 5 days from when symptoms first appear. If you have symptoms of COVID-19, even if they're mild, don't wait. Get tested quickly. If you test positive and are at high risk for severe disease, act fast. Ask if an oral treatment is right for you. COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too.
I dip when the mood don't feel right. I change like the colors of the sunrise. Not scared of the dark, I'm a highlight. I do what I want.
Limited edition fragrance, only by Glade. S.C. Johnson.
Welcome back to our ongoing coverage of severe weather in parts of the Mid-South and the Plains. It's been a very scary day today in Texas, in Arkansas, and Louisiana. We have now 2 tornado warnings, one of them not terribly far away from Little Rock and another one not all that far away from Shreveport in Louisiana. There you see a live view of Malvern in Arkansas near that tornado warned storm. A lot of lightning with these storms, damaging wind threat, a hail threat, and plenty of heavy rain as well. And this threat for severe weather is going to continue for several hours. Now let's take a look at the current radar picture, and I'll show you where we've got warnings right now. There's a live look, by the way, at Shreveport, and we've got plenty of rain coming in, and again, tornado warning not all that far away. Now let's take a look at the radars and show you what's going on here. So you see the storms, big line of storms now coming across Louisiana and Arkansas. There is now a tornado warning in effect southeast of Shreveport, Bienville, Lincoln, and Webster parishes under warning. And so there is a little notch here right in there. You can see that little dog leg that is now north of Ringgold. So there is some rotation right there just north of Ringgold. It's not the most profound area of rotation, but we'll go ahead and track that out. And that's going to be coming into Jamestown, into Sparta, and also into Bienville as well. So possible tornado and certainly a damaging wind threat in general moving into all those areas. Then farther north, we'll go up into Grant and Saline counties, and we're looking at some threat for a tornado here. Now, I'll tell you, looking at the velocity data, I'm not seeing anything that really stands out at this time. We go back several frames here. We actually did have right there perhaps a brief tornado. I don't know if you can see that or not. I'm going to move that up actually a little bit so it'll won't be behind the banner. But that tiny little area right there, those two little pixels indicate where there may have been a brief tornado. And now you follow up and we look at the latest data here, and I'm just not seeing anything that is really a cohesive or tight area of spin at this time. But there is a line of storms coming into Little Rock. There's a new warning now for the Little Rock area. That for Faulkner and Lonoke and Pulaski counties until 11:45, looking at the possibility of some 60-mile-per-hour wind, and that wind is now just about on top of Little Rock. That is going to be coming in the next few minutes, and so as that moves in, could be some damage to some trees, possibly some roofs as well, and certainly some very heavy rain and a lot of lightning. Things are quieter now in the northern part of the state, and then down into southeast Texas, we've got stronger storms coming into the Piney Woods. No warnings here as of yet. Storms getting a little bit more interesting across Houston, and then this big area of rain coming through that is sub-severe at this time. And so looking at the ingredients here, we've still got plenty of instability in South Texas, but the upper forcing is actually well to the north, so there's a little bit of a disjointedness that's occurring. And then you go farther north and you've got some instability up here into Louisiana, certainly, but less so in Arkansas. You can see how it really drops off in the northern part of the state. So that's the fuel for these thunderstorms. But what we do have plenty of tonight is low-level wind shear. Winds coming out of different directions and different speeds from the surface up to 5,000 feet. And when you've got that, it creates spin in the atmosphere, and that's the beginning of the process that leads to rotating storms. So that's why these new tornado watches are out across parts of Arkansas, a little bit of Texas, and also into Louisiana, and then into Arkansas, going until 4 o'clock in the morning, that including Jasper and Alexandria and Monroe, and then just outside of Jonesboro and Greenville as well. Chris, over to you.
All right, Carl, breaking news right now from Lamar County in Texas. The sheriff there says at least 50 homes were damaged by storms during the day. 10 people were injured, but fortunately, no one was killed there. Here's the latest now from KXAS.
A confirmed tornado ripped through this neighborhood in Mid-City, Texas, south of the Red River. Neighbors tell us at least a dozen homes are either damaged or destroyed, and the homes that took a direct hit, they are almost unrecognizable. Families told us they hid in closets and bathrooms, then prayed as the tornado passed. We're hearing their survival stories. One girl said the closet where her family hid was the only part of their house where the roof did not cave in. Another neighbor said he rushed home from work to find only a bathroom still standing. We spoke with one man who took cover in a bathroom with his wife when he looked outside and saw the clouds swirling.
30 seconds, went back outside, and I looked right over here, and all I could see was debris flying everywhere. You could hear, I make fun of people always talking about the train noise, but it sounded just like all you could hear was a loud whistle, and I saw debris flying everywhere.
Officials are asking people to stay away from damaged areas. We're seeing people packing up what they can to go somewhere safe. The Red Cross has opened a shelter at the Lamar Church of Christ in Paris for people who need a place to go. Some good news to report. We have not heard of any injuries. In Mid-City, Texas, Meredith Yeomans, NBC5.
And of course, No deaths there. Unfortunately, we did hear that in southeast Oklahoma there was one fatality, one person killed because of the storms earlier today. I want to show you some new video right now into the Weather Channel. This near Sulphur Springs in Texas, where there has been reports of a lot of damage, and we've seen video coming in of this, possibly this exact tornado, and that's what we're seeing right now. You see some of the debris being kicked up here. Very obvious, robust-looking funnel cloud here with a little bit broader rotation toward the top of this storm, and at the surface you can just get a sense of the strength of the storms and the destructive power. And at this time, it doesn't look like it was hitting too much of, constructed objects here, mainly vegetation. This, though, looks like you've got pieces of wood in the air, definitely a lot of vegetation, some pretty broad rotation right at the surface. You see stuff tumbling along as well. We did speak with Connor a little bit earlier, the storm chaser that did shoot this video. Said they were pretty close, and being up close to a tornado like this is like nothing else out there. It's something that's a lot different than what you're looking at just in two dimensions here. Meanwhile, storm tracker Charles Peak has been on the road. He's been tracking storms and also giving us perspective of the damage. This home here looks like almost the entire roof was blown off, and you can see a lot of the home was thrown out into the yard, a tree across both the car and the truck in the driveway. Some extensive damage here. Again, dozens of reports of damage across several states here. Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, Louisiana, and Mississippi, a couple other states that have the threat for more damage, unfortunately. Again, this some video from a little bit earlier today from the air showing some of the destruction of these storms. Now, we're still tracking storms in these areas, in fact, all the way down to here. And so that threat's going to continue in this direction into tonight with multiple hazards here. Tornado threat is still there. Torcons as high as 7, 5, 3, and 2. Even the small number, while it's not as great of a chance, there's still a chance there could be tornadoes even into the morning hours. Damaging winds still likely in many locations in Louisiana, in Texas, and Arkansas. We're going to get back to those active warnings in just a moment. Through tomorrow morning, these storms with a lot of lightning, they're still intense, bringing a lot of rain. So we're seeing a lot of rain drop down, and that's what you're looking at here. The red is showing us where there's tornado watch currently in effect until 4 o'clock in the morning here Central Time. A lot of the red on the radar showing that heavy rain. Still a medium threat there for tornadoes and gusts to 80 miles an hour. There's a medium threat for that. There have been in Oklahoma some reports of some large hail, including golf ball size hail, but a low threat of that. I want to go now to some new video here, live pictures, I should say, from storm tracker Charles Peak, and he's also on the phone. Charles here in Kason, Texas. When I see your picture here with the light on, for lack of better words, stuff, I think I see some bricks. When it's difficult to make out what we're looking at. Can you give us an idea of what you think we are looking at here, if you know?
Yeah, Chris, this was a house, and needless to say, it is no longer. Looking at seeing some brick walls, it looks like it was at least a brick facade to it, or brick construction. A little hard to tell when you have this much debris that is gone, and you can see that it just completely wiped it off of a concrete foundation. You can see, I'll pull over here, and you can see a vehicle that had quite a bit of damage. We'll have to get the focus in. The windows ripped out. I can't really tell from this situation exactly where that truck would have been, but it came here. Talking to one person on the scene, they said that there were a few people here. He thought 3 that were out in the field when he got here, and they were bleeding, but not major injuries from what he could tell. He wasn't sure if they went with this home or not, but they were here in the field next to this home. So still trying to find out information, but that's what we got right now. This is just a little north of Kaysen on a rural road out here. Not exactly sure which county this is, Chris. I just pulled up on the scene.
And Charles, you're there south of Interstate 30. You've been providing us pictures and video today, including that drone video of damage in other parts of Texas. Would you please give us kind of an idea or kind of a rundown of what all you've seen today and where you've been?
Well, I started down well south, down by Gunbarrel City, on some tornado-warned storms there. Had a funnel, couldn't really see if it had a touchdown in that area, and then worked my way back up Sulphur Springs area south of there to the southwest, and had multiple homes that were damaged in that area. And then, Chris, it's honestly a situation tonight. It's like going, which town do you go to now? As you know, there's widespread damage in multiple towns all along here. I stopped and talked to a fire official as I was moving this way, and he was literally showing me video and telling me, have you been to this town? Have you seen this one? And it's just a devastating event tonight.
So what are you going to do next, Charles?
I'm moving up towards Idabel, Oklahoma, and going to be live there in the morning and see what the situation is there.
All right. Thank you so much for your reports there, Charles. Please be safe tonight. I know you will be. I want to get back now to Storm Tracker Carl Parker here. Storm Specialist Carl Parker here. We're talking to Storm Tracker Charles Peak, now to Storm Specialist Carl Parker with some new information here on that storm in Little Rock.
Yeah, we've been watching a storm that is very close to Little Rock, a tornado-warned storm, and an ongoing tornado warning now for Lonoke, Pulaski, and Saline counties going until 11:45. Let's take a look at the velocity data here, and I'm going to go back. I'm going to get a little bit tighter and go back several frames, and so you see right in there, so a pretty well-defined circulation showing up for a couple of scans right there, and then I believe the next scan still showing up right in there. And then we'll go forward, and I'm not seeing as much evidence of it in the more successive scans. Wow, but there is debris still right there near East End. How about that? That's interesting. So it's not well formed in the velocity mode, but there is still debris. Now, debris can linger past the point where there is a tornado, and so that might be part of what we're looking at here. But that is going to be headed up toward, and actually, based on that trajectory, I'm going to erase that. Based on this trajectory, it looks like it would be coming more towards Wrightsville, probably something just about like that. So that would be moving towards Wrightsville about 11:18 or so. Let's go back a couple of scans here. And so, you know, that makes sense right around the time when it was first starting to show up in the velocity data. That's when we see the debris, and then a more profound area of debris showing up beyond that. We're still looking at that right now. So I'm going to go back and move this back a little ways here. Sorry about that. And just see if we can move upstream a little. So we're still seeing right now some debris that is east of East End, and looks like it's on a trajectory to move towards Wrightsville or very close to it. So it has just come through East End here in the last few minutes. And that coming towards Wrightsville and coming towards Higgins as well. Now let's go back to the velocity data. You know, that's really interesting because there's just not as much evidence of that. And it may be that, again, that we saw the tornado already, but the debris is just, you know, there's a little bit of a lag there with the debris. Let's hope that that is in fact the case, but potentially looking at a tornado again coming towards Wrightsville, and that would be moving in at about 11:18 or so. So, Chris, ongoing threat here for tornadoes, at least a brief tornado showing up south of Little Rock.
All right, Carl, we'll get back to some of the other warnings we're looking at and watching here in just a moment. But again, multiple threats we are continuing to track. Carl was showing us that tornado warning just to the south and including parts of Little Rock. And this is Little Rock right now with the rain coming down. And really get a sense of all of the water there in the headlights of these vehicles. And every once in a while, you'll see the flashes of the lightning. These storms we're tracking tonight still have a lot of lightning, a lot of strength to these storms. We'll continue to track this for you with the latest warnings coming up after this.
First psoriasis, then psoriatic arthritis.
Even walking was tough.
I had to do something. I started Cosentix.
Cosentix can help you move, look, and feel better by treating the multiple symptoms of psoriatic arthritis. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentix. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections, some serious, and the lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Tell your doctor if your Crohn's disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
Watch me.
Ask your rheumatologist about Cosentix.
Took a while to get up here. We started out around 1959. Then we took a hard left in East Africa. A right at Baja. A 180 in the empty quarter. And that 65-degree incline at Hell's Revenge. But we didn't do all that just to get here. We did it to give you a truck that'll take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
We're headed to the playground.
Yeah, we're going to the playground.
Have fun.
Just like that.
You think I've never been to the playground?
Shop Best Buy and experience the magic of giving the perfect gift.
The chef's chicken sandwiches at Panera, freshly prepared with clean ingredients, spark an explosion of the senses. So when you finally taste it, it just confirms this is fantastic, and only at Panera. $1 delivery fee on our app.
The holidays, I love it, love it, love it.
We go all out with the lights.
Food, we live for food. I love Mama's dumplings.
We go through boxes of Hanukkah candles.
Of course, I like Likamaka for Christmas.
He goes one way and I go the other.
To not have to be an adult for a few hours.
It makes you feel like you're part of something bigger in this huge world.
That, to me, is everything.
Trying to catch me right.
They see me rolling, they hating, patrolling.
A 30-day money-back guarantee. That's car buying reimagined. Only from CarMax.
Here's Liz, whose bladder leaks drop in uninvited. But instead of period pads, she brought Poise Ultra Thin, so she can bounce on with clean, dry, fresh protection from Poise.
What's that taste like, Pops?
You never had a Guinness?
It looks dark and heavy.
It's actually light on its feet and smooth as velvet.
Like you when you played ball.
Did you used to be a tennis player?
Sure, kid.
I'm Mike Corey.
The cocktail of excitement and terror.
Let's go on an uncharted adventure.
For every holiday, for everyone. Ritz, a taste of welcome.
If it hurts when you poop sometimes, like pinching off a porcupine, you're sweating, you're next to the loo. Colace is the brand you need to soften stools, we're all agreed. Number 2 should be easy to do.
Trust Colace to soften stools with no stimulants for comfortable relief.
When the hands that do the fixing need fixing. When the hands that do the caring need caring. That's a job for O'Keeffe's Working Hands. It's America's #1 selling hand cream and guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked hands. Also available in O'Keeffe's for healthy feet. When the hands that do the fixing need fixing. When the hands that do the caring need caring. That's a job for O'Keeffe's Working Hands. It's America's #1 selling hand cream and guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked hands. Also available in O'Keeffe's Lip Repair.
Currently in our area, 64 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Overnight, cloudy, low 61. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Saturday, mostly cloudy skies. High 72. Winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Low 65. Winds south at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
The power of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the details.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Go to streamtwc.com to start your free 7-day trial.
You're watching the Weather Channel. We are watching the skies over Little Rock. Also watching the highways and interstates. You can learn a lot with what's going on. Seeing the flashes in the skies and the heavy rain that's leading to some very wet roads. Looks like some rooster tails behind some of these vehicles that are coming in our direction on the left lanes there as these vehicles come by. The headlights illuminating the very wet roads. Some extremely heavy rain is crushing right now here in Little Rock. And I believe this is near the airport, which is just to the south and east of downtown, which really is not in the heaviest of the heavy rain yet, or it's getting into it. And south of there is where the tornado warning is currently in effect. So with that, let's head over to storm specialist Carl Parker.
Well, Chris, looks like we had a brief spin up here on the south side of the Little Rock metro area near East End. Did not last very long. Let's take a look at the latest on the radar. Lonoke, Pulaski, and Saline counties under warning. So go back several frames, and we'll go back near the top of the hour. And so subtle feature right in there, just starting to come out into frame there, and then tightening up. Right in that area, you see that little bit of a couplet that is rather tight, and then we continue to see some evidence of it as it's approaching East End, maybe even a little bit tighter in that frame. And then right around that time, it starts to wash out, and there's the current radar velocity data, and you see we've just got a shear line in there. We do not have that tightness at all, but we'll go to the what is called the correlation coefficient, and what we saw is some debris showing up, and that showed up right around the time when we saw that tightness just west of East End. We see a little debris signature right there, becomes more robust, coming into 167 and continues beyond that, and then it sort of washes out. Now, oftentimes there is a little bit of a lag between the time that you first see a strong signature on the velocity and the debris, which makes sense because the tornado is just getting going, and then it starts to churn things up. And then even as the tornado is weakening, there's still this cloud of debris that lingers after that. So this whole thing happened very, very quickly, probably somewhere around 11:05 to 11:10 or so. We may have had a tornado near East End there. And right now, as I mentioned, looking at the current velocity data, I'm just not seeing any evidence of anything more than a shear line. You've got, winds that are coming out of different directions over a very broad area, but not a tight circulation. So at least for the time being, I think we've got more of a damaging wind threat than anything else. There's the leading edge of that strong wind right there that is coming towards the Scott area right now. Looking at some other warnings that are currently in place, there's a severe thunderstorm warning in effect here for the Little Rock area in Jacksonville. That's Faulkner and Lonoke, and Pulaski counties under warning. And you can see that big line of storms. That's the same general area we just talked about that is now pushing well past downtown Little Rock, coming into Jacksonville right now. And then farther north, also warning here for Cleburne, Independence, and White counties in the northern part of the state. And storms developing in southeast Texas, but at this time, nothing that is severe. We'll continue to watch this area very closely. Jasper and areas around the Sabine River under tornado watch going until 4 o'clock in the morning. Chris, over to you.
All right, Carl, it has been a long day, afternoon, evening, now night, and eventually overnight in terms of severe weather, different types of severe weather. Of course, we've seen a lot of tornado videos, seen a lot of tornado reports, and this is an example of that. All of these red circles here are tornado reports. And we've seen a lot of video of tornado reports, been a lot of damage in here and in the southeast Oklahoma, a report of one person being killed by a storm. So this has turned into a deadly, what appears to be a tornado outbreak in the making right now, damaging winds. Of course, tornadoes have been destructive, large hail even. So let's take a look at some of these individual reports. Of those reports, 18 tornado reports. And hail reports here south of Interstate 30, Sulphur Springs. Several people seeing that tornado that was moving through Farmersville. Also in Texas, almost 2-inch hail. So golf ball sized hail in some areas in Texas and in Oklahoma, McCurtain County, the sheriff reporting a house destroyed, says injury 1. That's also the county where someone was killed. And here in a little bit farther to the east, we see widespread structural damage, homes damaged and destroyed, reports of injuries. Many trees and power lines down. I believe this might be in McCurtain County. And no, I'm sorry. We've been seeing many reports. I believe this is in Lamar County. We're getting these reports here where the disaster was declared there. And seeing several homes and a lot of people injured by this with the threat for more going forward. More damage, possible trees, power lines down, a lot to watch over the next several hours into the overnight as this is still an ongoing severe weather event.
Some people like to talk into microphones. We prefer dropping them. The MDX Type S, a new era of premium performance.
To everyone this holiday season, give love. Give style. Find joy for everyone on your list with Macy's Gift Finder.
Hi, I'm Jeff from Nuts.com. When my grandfather started this business, he relied on freshness, quality, variety, and service. We still deliver the freshest nuts, dried fruits, snacks, and sweets to families all around the country. Nuts.com. Enjoy free shipping on your first order.
Changing microscopic batteries. Now this is Ergo, and they're rechargeable. Can it get any easier? That's the Ergo difference.
Science proves your best sleep is vital to your mental, emotional, and physical health. And we know 80% of couples sleep too hot or too cold. Introducing the new Sleep Number Climate 360 Smart Bed. The only smart bed in the world that actively cools, warms, and effortlessly responds to both of you. Our smart sleepers get 28 minutes more restful sleep per night. Proven quality sleep, only from Sleep Number.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it takes stunning photos in the dark and helps take annoying items out of pictures or unblurs faces. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones.
Dupixent helps you do more with less asthma and can help you breathe better in as little as 2 weeks. Dupixent is an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma that's not for sudden breathing problems. Dupixent can cause allergic reactions that can be severe. Get help right away if you have rash, chest pain, worsening shortness of breath, tingling or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor about new or worsening joint aches and pain or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Ask your specialist about Dupixent.
My name is Wendy. I'm 51 years old, and I'm a hospital administrator. When I talk to patients, you can just see from here up when you're wearing a mask, and I have noticed those lines beginning to really become not so much moderate, but more severe. I'm still Wendy, and I got Botox Cosmetic, and I'm really happy with the results because they're very subtle, and I feel like I look like myself, but just less lines.
Botox Cosmetic is FDA approved to temporarily make frown lines, crow's feet, and forehead lines look better. The effects of Botox Cosmetic may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness may be a sign of a life-threatening condition. Do not receive Botox Cosmetic if you have a skin infection. Side effects may include allergic reactions, injection site pain, headache, eyebrow, eyelid drooping, and eyelid swelling. Tell your doctor about your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects. See for yourself at BotoxCosmetic.com.
Welcome back to our coverage of severe weather. We probably just had a tornado south of Little Rock in the East End area. That storm still being warned on for a possible tornado. It's not showing up nearly as well in the radar data right now. Lone Oak, Pulaski counties under warning until 11:45. I want to show you how this evolved in the velocity data. It was a very quick little spin up. So we'll go back several frames here near the top of the hour, right around 11:05. That's when we first started to see that showing up. That was probably just a few minutes after the top of the hour. Next frame there, tiny little spin showing up. And then beyond that, you see how it kind of gets washed out, not nearly as well formed in successive frames here. But we can look at it from another perspective, and that is looking at the damage that it may have caused. And so far, we're hearing that it is tree damage in this area around East End. And right there, that little feature is what we call a dropout, a CC dropout. So that is the radar detecting objects that are non-meteorological. They're irregular in shape. If it's rain or if it's hail, it's going to tend to be more rounded, more smooth. If it's debris of any kind, whether it's tree debris or structural debris, it's going to be more irregular in shape. And so that's what the radar is looking for. And then as it came over East End, we're still seeing that debris showing up, and there begins to wash out beyond that. And oftentimes there is a little bit of a lag because if you think about it, a tornado drops down, starts to churn things up, and it's taking that along with it for a while. And then even as the tornado weakens, there is still this cloud of debris that sort of falls out of the sky. And so I think that's why there's a little bit of a disconnect between the velocity data. So it looks like we did have a quick tornado there around the East End area. And again, we are hearing now that there is tree damage in that area, but no structural debris being reported as of yet. We'll see what happens there as we continue to get reports in. Big line of storms now coming into areas in the east side, on the east side of Little Rock, coming towards Beebe and Carlisle as well. Then farther south, we've got some storms into East Texas. No warnings here, but storms closing in on Houston, and a warning now for Bienville, Natchitoches, and Red River parishes in Louisiana. Some strong storms now on either side of 49 and generally south of I-20 as well. I wanted to show you the larger picture, and here you see the big upper low that is coming through. That's the parent storm. We've still got plenty of instability in Louisiana and Texas in particular. You notice how it's sort of getting pinched off in Arkansas, so that's interesting. As this line moves farther east into the eastern part of Arkansas, it's not going to have as much instability to work with. It looks like it's going to run out of that instability in pretty short order. So that could be good news in the eastern part of Arkansas, but it looks like we will continue to see a serious threat in points farther south in Louisiana and also in Texas. Chris, over to you.
And Carl, tornadoes, of course, we've seen leaving a destructive mess across East Texas today. Homes damaged in several communities. An update now in Hopkins County, Texas, from our affiliate KTVT.
This spot right here was where a home was sitting. And the reason that all you see now is blocks and beams and pieces of wood is because the tornado picked that house up and it moved it and it redeposited it over here, a good 50 to 75 feet away. A relative of the family who lives here told me they saw the storm was coming, knew that they would have nowhere safe to stay. And so they all got in the car, drove away from here, came back after the storm passed, and they came back to this. The fire captain here in the area told me there are at least 3 homes with significant damage, but no reports of any injuries in any of those homes that were hit. We spoke to a family who was in a home as the storm came through. They're just down the road from here. They told me they thought they were in the clear, but then could see things reforming again, heard the winds getting stronger, and at that moment decided to take shelter under a mattress in the middle of their house.
The electricity went out. Right when it went out, it said, hey, take cover. And then the electricity went out, and I called him in the house, and we just took cover. And they came, like, within seconds.
Where'd you go in the house?
To the back middle room.
Pulled the mattress off the bed.
Mm-hmm. And put it over the top of us.
The 2 of you?
All 3.
All 3 of you?
And the dogs.
There's nothing really to repair after damage like this, so family members tonight were already out here. Even as the rain was coming in again, they were sifting through the debris, trying to salvage anything that they could.
And we hope we don't see more of that, but unfortunately we see right now several severe thunderstorm warnings right now. One here in Louisiana, also several stretching almost the entire south to north stretch there in central Arkansas.
Confused about the best beauty care products for your skin? Here are some common myths. Myth 1. All you need is hemorrhoid cream for under eye bags. Actually, hemorrhoid cream can cause irritation and clogged pores, even thinning of the skin around the eyes. Myth 2. Makeup can reduce the appearance of wrinkles. Actually, makeup can dry out the skin and cause creases, which enhance the appearance of wrinkles. Myth 3. The only way to reduce wrinkles and crow's feet is expensive injections or costly procedures. But there are alternatives. Plexiderm makes a clinically proven, safe, and easy-to-use serum that lets you experience enhanced beauty in just 10 minutes, not weeks.
I've had under-eye bags for a very long time, and it sucks. I have spent so much money on tons of eye creams, eye gels. Finally, I tried something called Plexiderm, and I'm not joking. It works.
It's amazing. My friends, my family, they can't believe it. There's been creams, there's been lotions, concealers. Nothing works like this. And in just a few minutes, it's amazing. Hi, I'm Tiffany, and this is what Plexiderm did for me.
Get a convenient trial kit this Thanksgiving for the low cost of $14.95 plus free shipping. Plexiderm Rapid Reduction Serum is formulated with our proprietary blend of naturally derived silicate minerals from shale clay that form a safe and effective temporary firming layer on your skin, giving you visible, youthful results in minutes, which last for hours. Plexiderm is highly effective at reducing the look of wrinkles, crow's feet, under eye bags, dark circles, and more in just 10 minutes, or your money back. Act now for this special one-time trial kit for only $14.95 with no further commitments. Plus, get free shipping. If after using Plexiderm you're not showing your best face to the world, we'll refund your money. No questions asked. Try Plexiderm for $14.95 this Thanksgiving. Order online at plexidermtrial.com or call the number on your screen.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Don't be fooled by the outside, though. Sure, it's beautiful, but its real power is inside, where it does things other phones can't do, which is how it takes stunning photos in the dark, and why it can edit annoying items out of pictures, or shoot extreme close-ups and unblur faces. Why, it'll even put some of that genius in your ears, or on your wrist. Beautifully, of course. Introducing the new Google Pixel Watch, Google Pixel Buds Pro, and our newest Google Pixel phones.
Welcome back to our ongoing coverage of severe weather. We've been watching a lot of strong storms across the Mid-South and the Southern Plains today. Many reports of tornadoes, some of them significant tornadoes. Right now, there are no tornado warnings in effect. There are several severe thunderstorm warnings that are up now. We've got one of those in northwestern Louisiana. Bienville, Natchitoches, and Red River parishes under warning until midnight tonight. Another severe warning here into Arkansas, Bradley, Calhoun, and Cleveland counties under warning until 12:15. South side of Little Rock, Arkansas, Jefferson and Lonoke counties under warning until 11:45. An ongoing warning for Little Rock and now points farther northeast, including Searcy. New warning here for Prairie and White and Woodruff counties going until 12:15, and another warning in effect up into Cleburne, Independence, and White counties. Down into Texas, still fairly quiet. We've got storms certainly and plenty of lightning and heavy rain. These storms that are coming into Houston are being undercut. The front making its way towards the downtown area in short order here. But out ahead of that, you've got some areas of active storms that we'll need to monitor very closely. And that's certainly being driven by this really powerful system that is across the Southern Plains here. That's been the parent feature for all of this. And when you look at the instability, you notice that on the northern end of this line actually sort of in an area where the instability is being pinched off right now. So that bodes well, I think, for the northeastern part of Arkansas in particular, maybe not as much in the southern part of the state, but then farther south, still plenty of fuel for storms in East Texas, as well as into northwest Louisiana and into southern parts of Arkansas. So we'll continue to see active weather through the night tonight, but probably not as bad as what we saw earlier today. I want to show you some new video from Sulphur Springs in Texas, and we saw a remarkable tornado earlier today. You can very clearly see the dust envelope, as we call it. That is the debris, that is dirt and probably some tree debris being kicked up and wrapped around the bottom side of that tornado. And you notice also there is some vertical motion here. So, you know, as that debris is coming around, it's coming up and through the entire column, and when the radar beam is shooting out, it's looking at a higher part of the storm. And so, you know, it takes a lot for that debris to get up to a higher part of the storm. And once that happens, and we can see it on radar, well, Chris, we've got pretty good confidence that we've got a tornado on the ground.
You know, sometimes you hear like animals can sense danger. The cows here, not so much. I don't know if you noticed that it's almost like nothing's going on, you know, just kind of easy come, easy go, you know, just kind of hanging out, just absolutely nothing. And imagine like the sound and people always talk about, and we heard that tonight, it sounds like a freight train. But, you know, that's, I think, also a testament, Carl, to the nature of how isolated tornadoes can be, right? We often see it in a neighborhood. A couple homes are damaged, are completely destroyed, and some nearby are barely hit.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question about that. It's, you know, a tornado is especially in areas that are more rural. It certainly, you can have tornadoes roll through and not hit towns. But, you know, one thing that we've talked about is that, you know, because metro areas are growing, essentially the targets are increasing in size. Right. And that is making more people more susceptible to tornado risk, just because you've got more people in harm's way over a larger area.
And that's also kind of goes to the question, people will often say, are there more tornadoes? Well, sometimes the answer can just be there's more houses and there's more cameras.
Yeah, there's more reporting of tornadoes.
Yes.
Yes, tornado inflation, they call that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, we also saw a video of a home way out, you know, in the middle of the aerial. I believe we have it coming up. Yeah, right here. Look at one home and trees and grass, and it's the home that was hit, Carl.
Yeah, you know, it's really sad to see that, because you know, obviously there's not a lot here, and it looks like they took, you know, if not a direct hit, something very, very close to it. I mean, it looks like you know, basically the tornado came right into this home, and the level of damage that you're looking at there, with the roof almost completely removed. I would say that could very easily be EF2, maybe even up to EF3. Now, the National Weather Service will send a team out there. They've got a very long list of what are called damage indicators, and this is something that was developed with the EF scale, where they're actually, assessing the strength of the construction, the materials that are used, and that is an important part of assessing how strong the wind is by understanding just how strong the structure is that's been damaged.
And they have to do it that way because you don't have anemometers everywhere.
You don't.
You're not literally measuring the wind. You're estimating the wind based on knowing what strength of wind does what kind of damage.
Exactly. And, the only way that you can do that is if you've got one of those mobile Doppler radars that's, sitting, maybe a few hundred yards from the tornado or something like that.
If you're a research team and happen to be lucky.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, some more new video here. Powderly, Texas. We saw this a little bit earlier. Also, when the debris starts flying around or dropping out of the sky, Carl, that's when I'm going to get extra nervous and find a better place to be.
It's amazing. I'll never, ever forget when our Jeff Morrow was covering the Tuscaloosa tornado. And the storm was 20 minutes away and 20 miles away. And he saw debris falling out of the sky. That was incredible.
Yeah, we saw it falling like over his shoulder.
Yes.
Yeah. Scary, scary stuff. Hopefully we won't see more of this tonight, but we are still tracking these storms right here on the Weather Channel.
Among my patients, I often see them have teeth sensitivity as well as gum issues. Does it worry me? Absolutely. Sensodyne sensitivity and gum gives us a dual action effect that really takes care of both our teeth sensitivity as well as our gum issues. There's no question it's something that I would recommend.
Ooh, the Chewy app. Clumping litter, salmon pate. We have enough to splurge on catnip toys. I feel so accomplished. Pet me, please.
Great prices, happy pets. Chewy.
Jeez.
Ironic. Edelman's struggling with reception.
Two things I hate dropping. Balls and calls.
Well, you need a better network. And Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30 a line.
Verizon for $30?
Yeah, it's their best unlimited price ever.
I'm switching now.
And getting the network you want for $30?
Touchdown!
Touchdown!
Everyone can get Verizon for just $30 a line. And now's the time to switch because you'll get up to $960 only on the network America relies on. Verizon.
Hello, little one. Welcome to the great unknown. Not the okay unknown or the underwhelming unknown. It's the great unknown for a reason. It's a world of endless possibilities and adventures you can't even imagine. Toyota, let's go places.
A promise is a trust not to be broken. Whether spoken with an oath or sealed with a pinky, USAA started with a promise to take care of the military community. And 100 years later, that's still our mission. Always.
You got to frank it up.
Frank it up. Frank it up.
Yeah.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. I put that on everything.
Are you looking for a new career with real growth potential? Spectrum is hiring. Whether you're looking to help customers, share knowledge, make connections, or enjoy uncapped earning potential, we have a role for you. So if you're ready to start a career with a company that offers comprehensive benefits, 401k, and complimentary services, visit jobs.spectrum.com today.
Psoriatic arthritis made my joints stiff, swollen, painful.
Emerge Tremfyant. Tremfya is approved to help reduce joint symptoms in adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Some patients even felt less fatigued.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to.
Emerge Tremfyant with Tremfya. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
I wasn't expecting this.
My brother Paul created an organization that assists communities after natural disasters. Now my wife and I run the global response team.
Come on in. This is so amazing. Thank you all so much for coming in and doing this for us.
Fast Home Rescue, tomorrow night, 8/7 Central, only on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 63 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Overnight, cloudy, low 61. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Saturday, mostly cloudy skies, high 72. Winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, mostly cloudy, low 65. Winds south at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to our ongoing coverage of severe weather. We're following storms ongoing now into parts of Texas, in Louisiana, and also in Arkansas. We're not seeing the same level of severity that we were looking at earlier this evening. That's fairly common. When you lose the daytime heating, you start to lose some of the instability. And in fact, these storms on the northern end of this line here are actually in an area where the instability is really being pinched off. I'll show you that in just a moment. Farther south, though, they still do have plenty to work with. So a big string of severe thunderstorm warnings now. Bienville, Natchitoches, Red River parishes under warning until midnight tonight. Another warning up into south central Arkansas, Bradley, Calhoun, Cleveland until 12:15. Got another warning here a little farther to the northeast, near Pine Bluff, Arkansas, Lone Oak, and Prairie counties under warning until 12:30. And yet another warning up into the Searcy area, that for Prairie, White, and Woodruff counties until 12:15 this morning, I should say. Then down into Texas, we've got some storms here, but no severe warnings on any of these storms. Storms coming into Houston, but looks like these are all going to be sub-severe. So big parent feature, big upper low coming through across the southern plains. As I mentioned, we've got plenty of instability in parts of Texas and Louisiana in particular, but you've got a very narrow tongue of instability in the central part of Arkansas. And so as these storms get farther to the east, they're going to begin to run into areas where there's not as much instability. So I think that probably will help to mitigate the severe threat somewhat. However, even though you've got this lower instability there, there's still a lot of wind shear or winds coming out of the southeast at the surface and coming out of the southwest at about 5,000 feet and very quickly 40, 50, 60 miles per hour. So that low level wind shear is what gives us rotation in storms. That's why there's a lot of concern about tornadoes tonight. So tornado watches through parts of Louisiana and Texas, as well as into Arkansas, going until 4 o'clock in the morning in the eastern part of those states, and then a severe thunderstorm watch extending now into eastern Arkansas and around Memphis. And again, I think reflecting the lesser instability into that area going through the overnight and early morning hours. Chris, over to you.
Carl, we just saw some storms roll through Little Rock, and now we have some new video of storms rolling through Little Rock here. This is where the only way to stay dry is if you're inside. Being undercover, you're probably still going to get wet. Need to be inside with the door shut. The rain coming in every direction, essentially, with the wind as strong as it is, the lightning, the thunder. There was a tornado-warned storm on the southeast side of town for a while. Unfortunately, right now, across this line of storms that we're tracking, no tornado warnings to tell you about right now. Some severe thunderstorm warnings, and the threat for more does continue into the overnight hours. This is the high-resolution future radar. Give you a general idea of what the radar may look like through time. And through here, this line going from Missouri all the way down to Texas, it will continue to push to the east. And as it does, bring heavy rain, could lead to some flash flooding. There's going to be a lot of lightning, which, of course, is always dangerous. Some damaging winds is possible. Could see some hail. Still can't rule out tornadoes either. So just make sure you have a way to get your alerts during the overnight as you're trying to get a little bit of shut-eye. And then the storms really start to fall apart by tomorrow afternoon as they move into an area of high pressure. And then tomorrow, the threat for some of the stronger storms, and a lot of this early in the day, not nearly as large of an area or as big of a threat is what happened today in Texas, Oklahoma, Missouri, Arkansas, and now into Louisiana. But it'll be parts of southeast and eastern Louisiana, southern Mississippi, and parts of Alabama where there could be some of the stronger storms. So here we are. There's Baton Rouge, New Orleans, and through time, the next several hours around daybreak, some of the stronger storms. But by about lunchtime or so, conditions will be improving considerably. And even into the mid to late afternoon in Biloxi, still might have at least a little bit of light rain. So you look at this, you see 1 to 2 inches. This gives you a general idea of where there's still going to be storms. I like to think of it that way in the sense that you could still have some pockets anywhere. There's some of the stronger storms, so you could have some areas that you have isolated more amounts of rainfall. So expecting to see more rain tomorrow morning into Sunday. So the threat for some flash flooding tonight is going to be over there. You pick it up tomorrow morning and go through the day and into Sunday morning, and it's going to be the areas and a little bit farther to the north where we're expecting severe weather tomorrow, where we could see severe weather tomorrow. It's where there could also be some flash flooding as well. So before we go to break right now, want to get you caught up with some more of the video that we have seen throughout today as a reminder of what we can see. Still, probably not going to be as strong as this, but this really highlighting what has ended up to be a very dangerous, unfortunately deadly day. A tornado here near Sulphur Springs, Texas. You can see a lot of debris being kicked up with this strong storm.
Walgreens Find Rx coverage is here to make Medicare easy. Even easier than those dances your grandkids love doing with you. Start Medicare shopping today with Walgreens Find Rx coverage. Plus, find low-cost copays. When you need to talk Medicare, Walgreens is here. Walgreens.
WeatherTech gift cards have the power to wow everyone on your holiday list, offering a variety of American-made products.
WeatherTech, nice.
Like floor liners, cargo liner, tablet holder, boot tray, cup phone, sink mat, pet feeding system, anti-fatigue comfort mat, and more. Order the WeatherTech gift card instantly for the perfect gift at WeatherTech.com.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it takes stunning photos in the dark and helps take annoying items out of pictures or unblurs faces. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones.
The holidays, I love it, love it, love it.
We go all out with the lights.
Food, we live for food. I love Mama's dumplings.
We go through boxes of Hanukkah candles.
Of course, I like Likimaka for Christmas.
He goes one way and I go the other.
To not have to be an adult for a few hours.
It makes you feel like you're part of something bigger in this huge world.
That, to me, is everything.
Some people like to talk into microphones. We prefer dropping them. The MDX Type S, a new era of premium performance.
I dip when the mood don't feel right. I change like the colors of the sunrise. Not scared.
Limited edition fragrance, only by Glade. S.C. Johnson.
A Kohler home generator never misses a beat. It automatically powers your entire home in seconds and keeps your family connected. With a heavy-duty commercial-grade engine and no refueling, even when the power goes out, life rocks on. Right now, get a free 10-year extended warranty and up to $750 off.
This right here is a look at where there is still at least a tornado threat into about 4 o'clock in the morning Central Time for parts of Texas, Louisiana, and Arkansas. And in Texas, one of the hardest hit areas in Hopkins County. Want to get an update right now from our affiliate KTVT.
Spot right here was where a home was sitting. And the reason that all you see now is blocks and beams and pieces of wood is because the tornado picked that house up. And it moved it and it redeposited it over here, a good 50 to 75 feet away. A relative of the family who lives here told me they saw the storm was coming, knew that they would have nowhere safe to stay. And so they all got in the car, drove away from here, came back after the storm passed, and they came back to this. The fire captain here in the area told me there are at least 3 homes with significant damage, but no reports of any injuries in any of those homes that were hit. We spoke to a family who was in a home as the storm came through. They're just down the road from here. They told me they thought they were in the clear, but then could see things reforming again. Heard the winds getting stronger, and at that moment decided to take shelter under a mattress in the middle of their house.
The electricity went out. Right when it went out, it said, hey, take cover. And then the electricity went out, and I called him in the house, and we just took cover. And they came, like, within seconds.
Where'd you go in the house?
To the back middle room.
Pulled the mattress off the bed?
And put it over the top of us.
The 2 of you?
All 3.
All 3 of you?
And the dogs.
There's nothing really to repair after damage like this, so family members tonight were already out here. Even as the rain was coming in again, they were sifting through